And then, so this is the resource site. It has kind of 3 page like sections to it, and we'll go over that in just a minute. But if you could scroll down, and you'll see like a chalkboard, and then it says professional learning. Yep. There should be 2 buttons there. You could click launch site. And this is what we call our professional learning site. There's a ton of resources on here. I don't know why it's not like just on the other resource site, to be honest. It's like one of my things I keep pushing for. But for today's purposes, if you could scroll down a little bit, you should see the training resources little bucket, and click on that. And then you should be able to click to where it says Amplify CKLA. And then you'll see a bunch of like different tabs. Click the launch sessions, because we are launching your CKLA journey. And then in the middle there, you see a bunch of different sessions. There should be a purple bar under the 1-day initial training. Leave it there, and then choose your grade level in that drop-down menu. Perfect. So we will be accessing this professional learning site several times like throughout our day today. So if you leave it open, great. If you accidentally close it out, I'll show you how to get there. But you kind of see there are lots of things on here. You can see videos, PDFs, anything you see on here that you like or might find useful, I will encourage you to like download and save it. So you don't have to go through all the steps to come back here, but you always can come back to this thing with your personalized account, with the demo account, whichever account you have. Questions on logging in?
When we get the Arvin account, does it look very similar or different?
It will just say your name, and it will have your students attached to you.
All the options kind of similar.
Yep. Hopefully you'll see less, like that whole like circle page. Right. Hopefully you'll see less.
Unless you Texas and.
Exactly. Yes. Texas. Yeah. Karen, do you know when they will get their licenses, like their digital licenses?
I would say we're working with your IT department now, so I'd say probably.
I'm good. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna check to see what's going on.
Okay.
I'll be back, but.
Is there any way that I can like mirror them so I can switch, because I have to switch between the presentation and that one website?
Yeah, I
And
can.
I'm sure Lucy told you, but you'll have a demo account, so you'll be able
Yep.
to start to go on.
I just got them logged in.
Oh, awesome.
We trying to get the teacher locked in?
They're logged in, but my Wi-Fi went down, so.
And the teacher that's.
Whatever's on here will go on there.
Perfect, yes, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, is the teacher that's streaming, is she?
No, we have not got connected with her yet.
Yeah, she should be good to go.
Oh, she's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you, the slideshow will.
The slideshow will work?
Yep.
Perfect. And then we'll just get to there.
Yeah, I'm working with Michelle to get the accounts
Oh, okay.
good to go, so they'll be up and running before the start of school.
Oh, you're the one that I've been working with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Derek.
Sorry, Derek.
No, it's okay.
So
Sure.
today, you know, we're going to go through the curriculum. We're going to describe what teaching and learning looks like in grades 3 through 5 with CKLA, and we'll talk about our design principles and just really get ready to teach.
You can use this.
Oh, thank you. Oh, perfect. So like we were saying, so hopefully we're feeling a little more better about our first week of instruction. So here's our agenda: the program design, navigation, preparing to teach, and then of course that teaching and learning in the classroom. So thinking about the design of CKLA, right? So here you have like the why. Clearly schools and teachers have a lot to do. That job just keeps piling on things teachers have to do, you know. You're meeting the rigor of high standards, trying to locate instructional materials with strong foundational skills to support reading development, accessing materials with deep content, complex text, and rigorous tasks, and then using assessments to help inform instruction. So hopefully, within CKLA, you have all of that with just one program. So here are some results. This is from Hamilton Schools outside of Columbus, Ohio. So you can kind of see in 2015, 2016, this is their ELA state test results at the end of the year. So within like 1 year of CKLA, their school went from an F to a B. I mean, hopefully we get all those results every year, but it is, and what we do find a lot is thinking about like identifying students, like those numbers go down because it's such a strong core curriculum. So one of the things we do a lot with CKLA is background knowledge. So I want you to think about, how does background knowledge affect reading comprehension? What have you seen in your classrooms? What do you know personally?
The more knowledge, the more background knowledge they have, the easier it is to comprehend.
And the more interested they are.
That-
Yeah,
yes.
They have that schema, they are They into make that that connection, make those connections.
Yeah, so we have the research that proves this, right? The more knowledge I have, the better they understand. But I agree, like what I saw in the classroom was when kids knew a little bit about something we were gonna read about, that excitement, that little spark was there, like a little buy-in, right? That was like one of my favorite parts, is just sitting there getting ready to read, and you'd see like out of nowhere a kid like have all this knowledge about something and share. You're like, wow. So are you all familiar with the baseball study by any chance? Okay, so the baseball study is research that was done in the late 80s, and it is still used as that compelling proof of background knowledge affects reading comprehension, right? So what they did was they gave students a standardized reading assessment, got their reading levels. The teacher read them a passage only about baseball. Then they independently took a test, right? And took a little assessment on it. We'll go over the results in a minute, but this is just a little example of that text. So go ahead, you want me to read it to you? How's the lighting?
The white's okay.
The white's okay? Okay, go ahead and take a second to read that. Does anyone know who the pitcher is? Yeah. And how'd you know?
Because the ball is returned.
Yep. And then he gets the sign and winds up, right? Okay. So this is just a sample of that. What happened? So which group of students do you think performed best at correctly reconstructing this story? Number one, strong readers with no prior knowledge of baseball, struggling or reluctant readers with prior knowledge of baseball, or they both perform the same. Yeah. So maybe those strong readers were able to read the words on the page, but they didn't have the context to understand all of that baseball terminology. Were you able to log in?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. And this is just showing that. So in orange here are probably the results that we were expecting, that high reading ability, high knowledge performed the highest, low reading, low knowledge performed the lowest, and then this is showing that low reading ability with the high knowledge of baseball outperformed that other group. So let's move into kind of what CKLA looks like in your classroom, and a lot of times the first question we get is what kind of block do I need? So in third grade, about 120 minutes of instruction. How does that look or feel for your schedule?
That was one of the things that when we were
Yeah.
in a meeting prior with Michelle, that was one of the things that everybody was kind of talking about. With
Sure.
The program in particular was the time
Yeah.
of the block that's required.
So, and then 90 minutes for fourth and fifth, and I'll talk about the difference in a minute. But this is everything is included. So like your writing, your spelling, your grammar, your morphology, your reading. So it's all in there. I know some schools will have like a reading block and a writing block, and then like do all these spelling later. So that is one whole thing. Is that still going to be a struggle?
I'm just laughing, just because there's not enough time in the day, but.
No, there's not. Right. I know.
I'm sure that this program was picked because we can do it, so.
But that's good to know for us. So when we come back to you all, so we can help you with it. You know what I mean? So that's like something for us to note. Like, okay, we're going to need to help them with pacing because sometimes they don't have 120 minutes. You know.
Right.
So we just be honest. Like if it's not looking good, then we'll come and like work with you on that.
We'll make it, we'll make it.
Teachers always do.
And
That's
the
what,
science
say,
and
we always-
social studies is tied in that time, depending, right? That's
So,
one of the things that we want.
so we are never gonna say like get rid of your science block. But a lot of times teachers will find, hey, we're teaching the American Revolution. Wow, like we can sometimes buy some like social studies minutes for intervention or to like put some of our writing and you know what I mean? Like that's something to think about as you're going through this process. It's hard to say like right now, like we're gonna cut 10 minutes from here and put it there. But think about that. You know, it's kind of like this works well together and that's usually what ends up happening is like you really see like sometimes teachers in schools will change the order if they teach their science and social studies, whereas like treating this as like a front loading, and then when they get to that social studies and science, like I've had like the school I worked with in Kansas, like they were able to like, wow, when we taught astronomy in 3rd grade, they had all this knowledge, so we could focus more on like observations and projects and experiments. Sometimes they took that time for intervention, you know, so it's hard to look at it from the beginning, but as you're going through.
What do your blocks look like right now? Or what did they look like last year?
We have 2 40-minute blocks back to back, but the second 40-minute block is where interventionist comes in, and we tend to do reading groups.
Okay. During that full second
So
block.
it's more independent. I mean, you have the small group instruction going on at the same time, but it's not the whole group instruction, that's generally in the first 30 minutes.
And I know Michelle and I talked, there's something called Language Studio, which is a lot of kind of pre-work or rework of that knowledge building. So having your interventionist kind of play around with that and do some of that work. So that could be a good time where they are getting, an extension of the core. And then you're doing your small groups or.
So you have about 80 minutes for 4th and 5th grade.
The day is structured on a 8-period
Okay.
schedule, 40-minute blocks.
Gotcha.
With like small passing time for,
Yeah.
transitions. 2 of those periods, one being lunch, one being a special. So you're talking about 6 instructional periods a day. One's normally like a pull-out. So
Yeah.
when they say that the AIS period, that's a pull-out period. So our reading is structured with 2 periods, our math is structured with 2 periods. And then
I see.
social studies and science,
Gotcha.
like in a perfect world, would have their own blocks and nothing else.
Right.
But again, we will always encourage, like, obviously, if reading pushes into social studies and
Yeah.
science, it's because you're using those skills,
Right.
in that curriculum. So, for as far as 3rd grade, for that taking 3 out of the 6 block, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, again, just
No.
being honest, maybe it's something that
Absolutely.
we'll obviously work through, because if it was incorporating the reading, the writing, the spelling,
Yes.
all of that, it's just how to structure our schedule. So the other thing is too, since the pandemic, the entire district follows the same schedule, just in case we ever would have
Right.
to go remote again. So if you're a 3rd grader, we have 6 elementary schools, we're in 2 different sides of town, we're teaching reading at the same time. But it's kind of tough because then the building's also quicker lunch and prep where it works,
right.
so it's like, I don't know, no one's really gonna have 3 full blocks consecutively,
Gotcha.
just like talking out loud.
And I think also, this pilot year is gonna be messy, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Oh.
there's 4 programs that you guys are piloting. This is your first year with this type of program. So looking at this as when you're going through your rubric, like what are the good things about this program that we could potentially take? And then if you were to adopt CKLA, how does that look different?
Right.
like how is your, how does your schedule shift or how do things change around? So knowing that this year is just not,
Of course.
you're just gonna let so many things go and see really, is this gonna work for your kiddos and you and your district?
Karen, would you mind making a note of all like the pacing is perfect, so
Yeah.
that we know like when we come back to kind of help you all with that.
Absolutely.
Perfect. The difference why third grade has that more time allotted is because third grade's that big year, right? So like with, the scope and sequence of CKLA in K through 2.
Not yet.
Not yet. I appreciate your help. Don't be sorry, I appreciate you. So they kind of like learn all of the like 140 spelling, 155 spellings for the 40%. Wait, I'm messing that up. They learn all the sound spelling correspondences in K through 2. They master the code. They've learned, explicitly taught all of those things. So we're making this big jump from like, we're reading, right? We're building this background knowledge, we have all this, and then third grade, so we're going from like reading, we're going from learning to read to reading to learn. So in the third grade curriculum, you're gonna see an extra component called speaking and listening. Fourth and fifth grade, you will have it too, they just have it more often. And the purpose of that speaking and listening component is it's a read aloud pretty much. So it's an extra read aloud built in to build that background knowledge. So when we're asking them to go and read that text independently, they have a little extra scaffold and a little extra information there. And we'll talk about that when we get into the components as well. This is really hard to see, but this is kind of showing how we are building knowledge through the years, right? So you notice a lot of history connections. There's also a lot of science connections. These are kind of the topics from K through 5. And I use the word topic very loosely because it's, 1, 2, or 3 words. But when you actually look at it, you can see what they're really learning about. So just looking at the science connections over the years. So in kindergarten, they have a unit on taking care of the earth. First grade, the history of earth. Second grade, they go into cycles in nature. Third grade, ecology. Fourth grade, geology. Oh my gosh, they love the geology unit. They will be bringing you rocks. Like, it's just, I've sat in on so many of those lessons and everyone thought they were geologists. And then fifth grade, chemical matter. So once we got into the website, you can kind of look at that a little closer because I know that's pretty blurry there. So again, thinking about that ELA standards through the lens of content. So here you see the fourth grade, Unit 7, American Revolution. And at first glance, it can look and feel like a social studies unit or a history unit. However, when you really dive in to the teacher guide, you can really see it is ELA focused. So take a second and read this over. It is in your participant notebook. I'm pretty sure on page 4, maybe? If you would rather look at it through there. Yes, it's on page 4, if it's easier to see there. So take a look at how we are using just historical content, but we're really teaching those ELA standards.
Can I?
Absolutely, yep, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can you go back to the slide with the literature connection?
It is not the full version at all. It's just like excerpts of it. Did you want to talk about the Midsummer Night's Dream?
You could probably speak about it better than I can.
And that's why I said that comment of like, it'll take a look, you can dive into the unit introduction, you can see what they're reading. At first glance, it's anxiety inducing for sure, and I completely understand that. But that happens to all the teachers I work with when they see it, and then when they actually kind of look at the reading and look to see what they're reading, it's not what we as adults expected that they were reading. The topics were chosen, they really looked at like, what makes, what do we need? We need to be well-rounded in all sorts of things, right? So we need to have a lot of history, we need to have a lot of science, we need to have literature. They're being exposed to all these different things. They also looked at like nationwide, what students are tested on as well. Like, because it doesn't matter what your reading ability is, you have a little bit of that background knowledge, you're not going to be able to understand things. So they really chose those topics, specifically while they chose the House of our Midsummer Night's Dream, The House on Mango Street's in 4th grade as well. I don't know like his specific, like, why they were passionate about it.
House of Mango's 4th grade. Those are pretty complex
Yeah.
texts for elementary school.
Yeah, and again, like today, what we're here and what they're seeing, because, yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, what are they reading? But then usually it's like, oh, okay, this isn't what I was putting in it. And you know, we do have caregiver communication that kind of goes home to parents saying like, this is what we're reading this unit. Every once in a while, we have a couple parents that like say like, I don't agree with this, or can I have some more reasoning. Districts usually come up with like a blanket statement. And I work with a lot of schools that haven't had those issues come up after that kind of initial like, let's take a look at what they're looking at.
I'm sorry, unfortunately, in my last
Yeah.
district, I was the English director, so this is my,
This
you
is,
know.
you're used to
Yeah,
this.
this is my wheelhouse.
You're like, I'm gonna start these blanket statements now. I was gonna say something else. Oh, and then it's like also another thing, like I worked with teachers and they were like, and it's something that you can say, like, we're just reading a piece of it. You're not gonna go encourage your class to go pull out that full text and read it, right? Like, we're taking a look at this because we're looking at, you know, this type of writing and those sorts of things that the teacher guide walks you through. But I understand, like, the hesitation and anxiety around it.
I just have a personal question.
Yeah.
I was researching this yesterday. I don't know if you already said this, but did they look at the curriculum for 3 through 5 and then match the schools? Like if you're talking social studies and science, you're talking about background knowledge. Did they look at the curriculum for, let's say, 5th grade science and social studies and then pull stories for that they have
To match like your
to
standards?
match our?
No. Karen, is there a crosswalk for New York?
There, you know, I have to double check.
I have to double check.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because I know like there's, are there next gen standards here? Is that what?
I mean, we do teach, I don't think we teach as much Native American as
Just one.
4th graders.
Yeah.
There was a unit on, for 5th grade for Native Americans, I just want to make sure it aligns to.
Yeah.
If you're saying they need, you know, if you're building on background knowledge,
Yeah.
we have to make sure that we're teaching them in another area.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And sometimes, because it's like nationwide curriculum, sometimes we do have crosswalks that show like, oh, with your standards here for 5th grade, this matches up to this. So Karen will look in to see if we have that. But again, like, yes, we're building background, but we also don't want to take away from that social studies and science,
Right.
like, objectives. What's really nice is when you dive into this, you'll see, like, in the unit introduction, it will tell you, like, if students had CKLA last year, they have built prior knowledge in these grades, in these units. I know that's not fitting for you this year completely, but it will also talk about ways to kind of build background because this is your first year of implementation. There are trade books aligned to it that we can start reading those trade books. The first lesson of each unit it's called like the core connections, where we're kind of just building that background. And I encourage teachers to really use that and then like take a look, even getting like when you're ready to start a new unit, let's pull some of the trade books, start building that background because they haven't had the CKLA for the past few years. I always say like implementing a program in 3 through 5 is way more difficult than starting in K through 2, right? I mean, I've been here like, what? They don't have this. They haven't been building on this for years, so I get that. But we'll talk about ways like when we get to that unit, like looking at it, like here's where you can look to see to kind of build some more background. Great questions. Is this what you wanted to say? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I thank you.
Sure. All right, so we were looking at this, and just to kind of highlight, you know, looking at your reading competence. So they're identifying acts and explaining the significance based on specific information. So here are all your reading standards, and then we're just using historical content. Same thing with grammar. Students will practice correct use of commas and dates, places, and items in a series, but the details are about the American Revolution. Writing. Students, it's cause and effect, but we're cause and effect that describe the events that led to the American Revolution. So you can see they are ELA focused, it's just using that historical content. The grammar is my favorite because it's embedded in there, and again, the grammar practice they will do is the content that you're teaching. So we talked about scheduling and timing. These are just some sample schedules. What you will see, and I'll show you where these are in just a little bit, but each grade has a suggested pacing guide. So to kind of zoom in on that, you will just see like, here's your unit 1. It's going to tell you how many weeks it is. You will notice these little box here that say like PP on them, and that stands for pausing point. So built into the pacing here are these pausing point days within each unit. These days are built in to literally pause instruction, and activities are provided for you all to remediate or enrich on what you're seeing in the classroom. You won't see a pausing point in unit 1 for grade 3 just because it's that first unit. There's a beginning of year assessment here, but you will see them built into the other units at the end there. We'll talk about those as we're moving on. So Amplify, just for your knowledge, has a whole like literacy suite where, are you all familiar with M-Class or Dibbles? So that's like just like a screening. That's kind of our assessment piece. We do have Amplify CKLA. Obviously, that's our core instruction we're talking about. And then we also have M-Class Intervention, and then Amplify Reading, which is kind of like a personalized instruction and skill practice that makes up the whole suite. But our focus here, again, is just that core instruction. So CKLA was built on several design principles. 3 of the main ones for 3rd through 5th are that background knowledge, which we also talked about, text complexity, and then connecting that reading and writing. So when you see the light bulb on the screen here today, we're just referencing one of those design principles. All right, so let's get into what kind of materials you'll be getting and what that all looks like. So I think on page 5, you should see this note catcher. If you want to take notes, you are welcome to. This video is on that professional learning site, so if you ever want to, like when your materials come in, if you want to go back and see that, you're welcome to do that. I think I have to turn the sound on here. I think that's what he said. No. This is like not my greatest technology day here. Things are usually a lot more smooth. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Just muted.
What's that?
I think he said it was just muted.
It was muted?
Yeah, he muted it just in case, so like we didn't play the sound.
Folger's Shakespeare library to create this version to like pull out excerpts that were appropriate for 5th grade when we were creating the unit.
Bottom right, is there a sound button? I can't see. There's usually a mute button over there.
All right, on the computer or?
On the computer, yeah, on the bottom right. It usually looks like a horn or something.
No.
I just can't see.
All right, this video I can do in my sleep, so I'm gonna walk you through it. And then when we come to our classroom videos, I'm gonna ask him to come through. So what she's doing is basically just showing you what your materials look like. So everything is gonna be labeled in this box. So here says grade 3, it's gonna tell you your unit. She'll start pulling out materials in a minute. So you will receive 1 teacher guide for each unit of instruction. We'll look at like what those teacher guides look like in just a second. You have a sample of like what it looks and feels like in your bag. Oh yeah, help yourself.
Maybe going forward, it'd be good just to give you unit 1 as a sample.
I
Just
know.
so we have it.
No,
Makes sense.
Students will also receive 1 activity book for each unit of instruction. They'll also receive one reader for each unit of instruction.
One reader per student?
Yes.
Is that this one?
Yep. They're all kind of shaped similarly. Third grade will receive these image cards. Fourth and fifth, you receive some too, just to kind of, the teacher guide tells you like when to use these. It's really just to kind of show some more information. Third grade will receive some sound cards to review those foundational skills. And then, this is the Poet's Journal, I think. Yep, in grades 4 and 5, for your poetry unit, instead of like a workbook, they receive a Poet's Journal. They love them. And then in unit 6 here for 4th grade, they get this contemporary fiction kind of book. It's a writer's journal. So that's basically that whole video. So just to kind of show you, I'm going to sit down and show you some things now and let you all log in and play around. I apologize, I have to log in. I'm going to use the same username and password you see. So I'm going to go ahead to that professional learning site. You may have it pulled up. If you don't, then I'm going to just kind of model how to do that again. So I go to professional learning, launch site. Hi.
Hello.
I don't know what I did to the sound, how I wasn't able to make that work.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, no worries.
Thanks, Karen.
Should be good to go.
Thank you, Erin.
So I need to push anything over here?
One teacher guide per unit
Perfect.
of study. Next, you will also receive student activity books. You will
Thank
receive
you.
one
Okay,
student
no problem.
activity book for each student in your classroom for each unit of study.
All right, so on your professional learning site, you should see something that says a Start Here guide. I've got 2 more clicks and I'm there, I promise. So let's say when you're, it's the second thing I think you should see. When you get your materials, this is something that you can kind of take a look at that will show you like, oh, hey, this is everything I'm receiving. You may want to reference the video, you may not want to reference this, but it just kind of gives you a lot of information here of what you should be expecting.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just looked at the student
Yeah.
book. Is there any way to like different, I mean, a struggling reader is gonna look at this and shut down and go. I mean, just based on my students in literature that I know, is there any way that's different, like gonna differentiate?
So-
Or is there something online that we can?
Yeah, so we do have like the ebook, and it looks a little, yes, and when we get to like the readers, we'll talk about that. You'll
Sorry.
also, that's okay, you'll see in the activity books, a lot of times they'll take a like a section from that to put into the activity book as like a reread. Not every single text is in there, but that way students can kind of write on it, you know, get that feel. On our ebook, you will see that there are ways to annotate like digitally as well. And then also there are ebooks, read it aloud to them. We'll talk about later on today our connection with ReadWorks. So that will give you like passages that go with that unit, and that way you can kind of change the levels a little bit. Yeah, sure. So if you are interested in this Start Here guide, you're welcome to download and save it. However, you do not have to at all. All right, so I'm going to get you into the resources and let you play around. I do want to model some things that are here. So if you do have this page still opened up, you can go to that. If you want to watch me first and then I'll give you time, that's completely fine. But some things to know is that the way the resource site is set up is you have 3 kind of sections: the intro page, the daily instruction, and the program resources.
I'm sorry, where is this?
Yeah, this when we first logged in.
We first logged in.
So if you look at your tabs, it should say there's like an orange A.
The original one.
There you go. Yep.
Okay.
You can get there from. Oh, try this one right there. Yep. Okay. Are you all? No, you're fine. You.
I got it,
Able
but
to get in. Click this little waffle up there for me. And then click that resource site.
teacher resource.
Yep. And you can choose your grade level, and you can skip that because that's basically what I'm doing.
Thank you.
Sure. So this intro page is just a introduction. It's a great place to bring you other places. So of course, talking about materials, the hub is where students will access that e-reader. We will get to the hub today, but you can access it from here. The intervention toolkit is a place where you're going to go and find areas of or resources and activities to help remediate students. Here is that ReadWorks connection right here. So just to kind of show you, when you go to ReadWorks here, you would click Launch Site. So we've partnered with them. So they have taken all of our units. So let's say 3rd grade, your light and sound unit. These are all ReadWorks passages that pair up with that. This is a great way to kind of build background at a leveled, so I always encourage to even look at previous grades. There's a topic that matches up with your grade for your lower readers. Is everyone familiar with ReadWorks? Okay. You do need an account. You just log in, and then you can use it how you use it before. There's that professional learning site. We do have some novel guides available as well. So that's just the intro page. If you click at the top right where it says daily instruction, if you click there, it should be purple, letting you know that you are on the daily instruction. This is where you as a teacher will spend most of your time on this site because this is where all of your materials are. So taking a quick glance here, you see here are your units, planning documents.
I'm sorry, where did you get to this one? I'm sorry.
No, don't. It's confusing. So if you can look in the top right-hand corner, you should see 3 words.
Things here.
Yeah, it's a lot to navigate. On the left here, you can click on these, but you can also just scroll down. So whatever you prefer. I want to highlight the planning documents for you. So if you want to click there or look at my screen, there's a lot of really, really good things here. You will find your grade level pacing guide. So here's the 4th grade pacing guide. I'm going to give you all time to play with this after I model some things. And again, anything you see that you want to download and save, you're welcome to do that. This teacher planner, I'm not sure what is required from you for plans, but this is really nice. So you'll see on your grade level, you'll get your pacing guide there, and then you get your lessons in a week on 1 page. So it's telling you your lesson number, your primary focus objectives, standards, and formative assessments for each day. So 5 on 1 page, which is nice. You'll see scope and sequence, some alignment charts. There's just a lot of really good documents under that planning documents. I'm gonna scroll all the way back up, and I'm gonna click on a unit. So I'm gonna click on Unit 1. Here's Unit 1, and now you see all of your materials for Unit 1. Here's your teacher guide, here's your student activity book. Grades 3 and 4 do have an optional cursive activity. If that's something you choose to go for it. You see the reader. This is really nice for each unit. You will see this optional essential questions and writing prompts. This is not found within the teacher guide, so I do like to kind of highlight that. If I scroll down, you'll see additional materials. So here you see the digital components. Your teacher guide will always tell you, like, digital component 6.1 or whatever it's called. And then you're welcome to make that chart, but these are already created for you, so you can just project or display. There's that caregiver letter. Here's access to the ebook, which we'll get to. Some units do have an optional kind of extra vocabulary that goes with it, and that's what these are here. So I'm going to scroll back up and just show you what happens when I click Program Resources. Here you're going to see different information on text complexity, independent reading. This is that trade book list that I kind of mentioned earlier. There is only one trade book list for the whole program. So like you're going to see them all K through 5 on here, but for each unit. So just kind of showing what that would look like. Here's kindergarten.
Do the trade books come with the units, or we have to purchase them separately?
They're optional piece, so they're not included. And then, so that's where that is. Something they have included up here, hopefully Karen will get you your Unit 1 teacher guides, but there is, if you see at the very top on whatever screen you are, there's like that blue line or whatever color line, horizontal line, and it says Amplify CKLA 15 days. There are some guidance if you're someone who wants to print things, if you would rather have students have things in their hands. Some general like printing guidelines. Karen is getting you those teacher guides, but just kind of like letting you know per grade level which unit, if you would, you know, like kind of like things that should be printed if that was the option you're going with, or if you're going with the digital. So that was a lot of information in a very little bit amount of time. I do want to give you some time just to click around and play. And I can answer questions, but is there anything that I can answer about the site as you're looking around, or let me show you again?
Where was the pacing guide?
The pacing guide? Sure. So look at your top right and see if you're on that daily instruction tab. If you are, it's purple. If not, go ahead and click it and it will bring you to that daily instruction. And then under daily instruction, there's that planning document section, and you should see it there. That's the beginning of year assessment.
They provide a beginning of the year assessment.
Yes.
The digital projections, is that the slides that you were referring to earlier?
No.
Yes.
We're going to get to the slides at the
No,
end.
that's okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, no. I think it's just easier to digest one thing at a time, but I can show you when I get there.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Middle ages.
Is everything in their activity book, like the writing prompts,
Yes.
it's all in there?
Yeah.
And
Oh, scroll up, this is like, I did not like this feature, and then you have to click back. And then that
Oh,
will
this
bring
will
you-
show me all.
Yep, so you have, so yeah, it's a lot of material.
Do you find that teachers cover all the units?
I mean, honestly, first year. I mean, but it's kind of designed knowing that, like, so the first unit is a huge review of like the previous year. Yeah, so, I don't know.
So what does the research behind the program say about how many units you have to get through in order for kids to be prepared for the next grade?
So that last unit is, I mean, ideally we want everyone to get there, but first year is not, so that's, so kind of, you can get to like, they all have different amounts, so it's like at 9, you get their 8, that's great. Karen can kind of provide some more documents on like the standards and looking at like, you know, by the end of the year, I should have mastered all of these, which goes on.
Do we have the freedom to jump around, or do you have, because chemical matter is unit 9, and we teach that,
Yeah.
we teach that in science, and do we have the freedom to jump to unit 9 when we're doing that with science?
It's not encouraged, so like the way, so like the standard of
Building
skill,
on.
exactly, if you're hitting in unit 9, like, it wouldn't go, you'll probably have like touched on things earlier to build up there. So that's why teachers will then move their science,
Units and that.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's there. And that's something you can download. So you'll see like all like the units and then the casing guide and then.
Oh, I wrote down more.
Yep.
Where is that?
Sure. You can click on this other orange unified tab. Yeah. And you're right in the right spot. Just scroll down a little bit. That teacher planner.
Right.
Are there unit tests or assessments?
There are.
Vocabulary tests, anything along those lines, comprehension?
So there are end of unit assessments for each unit, and that includes like the reading comprehension, the grammar that's in that, the morphology that's in that. That's all included in there.
Are they, is there a digital option or are they always on paper?
They're on paper.
Are they editable?
No. I mean, not like.
There's no online version of it that.
So, like,
printed,
in
you know
the-
what I mean?
Yeah, so like in like the digital, students can see it, but you can't like
Have to
edit,
change.
like you can't, yeah. couple more minutes, and then we're gonna open up a teacher guide and look at a teacher guide. So there are 2 novel studies for each grade level, and it would really just be whatever. Yeah. So yeah, you should should be a novel.
Oh, no.
Yep, sorry.
These are the two that they do for us.
Take about 30 seconds. Okay. So before I'll ask you all to share out anything that you found that might be helpful for someone else, I just want to point out one other couple thing under that planning document section. So again, under daily instruction, you could either scroll down or click that planning documents. There is a scope and sequence here. So it kind of gives you like your units, how many days each of them are. I think I'm looking at 4th grade here. So that is really nice. And then also there are some alignment charts here as well. Kind of by unit, showing you just kind of standards. So I wanted to point those out. Anybody find anything that you were like, oh, this is helpful that you might want to share with someone else, or any questions that you have on navigating the site in your materials?
I like the weekly.
Yeah,
Component, it just kind of really lays it out very clearly for you week by week.
I do too. That's why I like to highlight that on the teacher planner. She was talking about how it gives you like your 5 lessons on one page.
What does the student, so with Journeys, we had, our students have access to like a digital platform as well. Is there something similar?
Yeah, so that is our hub.
Okay, I know
So-
it works with Clever, which we
Yeah.
use, okay.
So that way students can log on through Clever, and then they will be able to access their e-readers. They'll be able to access a vocabulary game. But then when we talk about the digital experience, are you students one-to-one?
Yes, Chromebooks.
Okay, so that means you can push out everything to them. Like they can look at the slideshow you're presenting, they can see their reader, their activity books are in there where they can do their work on their activity books. You as a teacher can see what students are doing like in real time.
Now, that's all through Clever, or is that, does it align with Google Classroom at all? Like as far as like assigning things through Google Classroom?
No, like you can take like the presentation, you can put it in Google and adapt it, like you want to add in your own stuff, blah, blah, blah. You can present it through Google Classroom, but you won't have access to see their work in real time.
Only through Clever.
Yeah.
Okay.
But after you manipulate like the deck or the slides, whatever, you can like publishing it to Amplify again. Whereas like when you're presenting it, it's now your own. And then that way you can still push it out, and through Amplify, you'll be able to see their work.
With the changes, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if you wanted to add things, take things out, you
Yeah.
can still. push that back out.
And I don't, because it's so new, like, they were just piloting it last year in a couple districts, like, I don't know how it works with Google Classroom, like, I don't know, you can maybe tell them, like, through Google Classroom, like, lesson 4, and maybe link it, but I don't know how much they talk to each other about, I haven't worked with teachers that have had that feature yet, just honestly.
Yeah, no, just, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, any other questions? Yeah,
Sorry.
no,
I'm looking at the scope and sequence, and as Tina talked about before, like our block is like
Yeah.
whole class and then small group instruction.
Yeah.
And then interventionist comes in. And does this call for, is this all based on whole class, or is there?
So,
components of small group? Or we
there
have to
are-
figure that- Or do we like, fit that in?
there are like times for small group work, it's not the same time every day, if that makes sense. So it's not like at the 40-minute mark, this is where we move to small groups, or the last 20 minutes. So you as a teacher have the freedom to kind of add in like that group work to like the instruction, but it's really designed as like that 90-minute kind of piece. And that's where I'd love to talk to like Michelle, like kind of what your plan is with the pilot moving forward, like what your blocks really look like, right? So hopefully we'll get her to like pop back in and like speak on that.
What do the students have access to? You said the whole leaders and the vocab team. Is there
Yeah.
anything else that they have access to?
So
Like the activity book? or
yes, so
anything?
through you have to use the digital piece of that, which we're gonna talk about at the end, and let you play around with it. So they will have like that activity book, they'll have pages in there, they can type on it, and do all of those things that way.
And then if they do a page in the activity book.
Yep.
Then we are able to go in, are we able to write on that, or we can only view it?
I think you can write on it, I have to play around a
Like
little
if they
bit.
get something wrong,
Like
they want
comments,
to
yeah.
feedback.
It's not automatically, nothing's automatically graded, we're hoping like that's coming very soon.
Mhm.
But I have to see like on their work, what we play around with today is like you can comment, if whatever else. we have.
And if you wanted to assign, let's say, a certain page in the activity
Yep.
book, can you link from Google Classroom to that exact page, or?
That's what we were talking about over here. I'm not sure, like how much they talk to each other. I think you would have to sign like the lesson. You think we would have to link, like if you wanted the one page from lesson 4, I think you would have to say like in Google Classroom, let's go to lesson 4.
They would have to navigate there on their own.
That's what like, let me see if Megan knows. It's so new that like I haven't worked with teachers that have had that yet. So we can kind of play around with it today and see. But what we were saying is like you can take the slides and manipulate them and put them back in Google or put them back in Amplify so that you can see their work. Like if you choose to show, like I'm doing a Google slide that you just took from Amplify, you wouldn't be able to see their work.
But if you assign it as an assignment, you would, because then they each get a copy and then you can see their work that way.
But I don't know if it would, I don't know how well they're connected in the sense of like, if you're only assigning through Google Classroom, if they get it, or if they have to actually do it through Amplify. Does that make sense? I know, that's, so like, this is all like new territory. So let me see, like, while we're here this morning, let me ask around and kind of send out some messages if they know, like, because like I said, it's brand new this year. So I don't know how well the Amplify platform and Google really do connect.
So that's a pretty important aspect.
Yeah.
You know, definitely for us to kind of get again.
Yeah.
I didn't see assessments anywhere.
So yeah, we're gonna talk about them. There are daily assessments, there are unit assessments, there's benchmark, mid-year and end-of-year assessments, spelling assessments, there's writing rubrics, so yeah, there's a whole bunch that are all like in there. And I think the reason why you don't see them so much, like on the pacing, it doesn't say like assessment, but it is the last lesson of each unit. So like, there's 15 lessons, like that lesson 15 is usually that unit assessment. So when you're thinking about pacing, you don't have to add on that extra day to assess. All right, so we're gonna take a look at a teacher guide. So if you want to look at your physical copy, you're welcome to. If you wanna like dive into unit 1, since that's unit 1, you can pull it up digitally.
I'm sorry, how did you get there again? You might have
Oh,
done it
sure.
already.
So I think you should be on the daily instruction tab.
So many things open.
That's okay. I think you're in a teacher guide right now. Oh, that's language studio, so that's that optional component.
Oh, this isn't
The
I thought
supplement.
this was the regular teacher guide, it's not.
No, that's language studio, so that's that piece that Karen was talking about, that's great for like intervention teachers to kind of do some of that pre and post work with the unit.
So where is the regular one? The regular-
Sure, scroll up. And then if you click on unit 1, yep. Scroll down a little bit, the first thing you should see should be the teacher guide. Yep. Anyone else need help finding a teacher guide? Yep. If you want to click unit 1, and then, yep. Are you all good with finding a teacher guide?
Yes.
Could you, they have questions around timing, pacing, and then like, go ahead.
So we were talking about like, is there a component of your spoken sequence? Because we know that we have the first block, you're not following the spoken sequence with the ELA side of this. Yes, so like, are we locked into the first 40 minutes whole group, and then the intervention comes in?
We just actually had this conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure, because we worked this out when we were having conversations,
Okay.
so you can kind of, I guess, support the ideas that we just talked about. So you guys have the 90-minute block. What she had suggested we do is 30 minutes with core.
Okay.
Then you have a 15 minutes with skills, and then your push-in teacher comes in. During the push-in time, skills would be done in small groups. And then you'd revisit your 30 minutes of knowledge during that pull-out period where kids are going to reading services.
Can you say that again?
Say that
Wait, before she repeats it, so the 3-5 piece
Uh-huh.
looks different than K through 2, where they
Okay.
have like those 2 strands.
Yep.
So 3-5 is like one
Big
whole
thing of the
piece.
Okay, yeah.
So, I guess we would like, kind of need to talk about what that would look like for them in this.
Show me,
You have a teacher?
Grade is 120 minute block per day.
yeah, we know that, that's in all, we know that. So you're gonna use that tier 3 period, because it gives you another 40 minutes, right? So now you have 40 is 120. Right. So that's your 2 hours, that's more than enough. Does that make sense?
So, I'm sorry, what are you using the tier 3 for, just for extra?
No, you need, and, because 42 and 42 is only giving you 90, right? So we're looking for that extra 30 minutes you're gonna have to use during that tier 3 pull-out program. Does that make sense?
Well, I think.
We have the
is 90
shortest
minutes.
elementary, we have like one of the shortest elementary, schedule in Nassau County. We have like this, no, I'm not kidding you, this is real. We only have 6 instructional periods, and like other districts start earlier, and like they have just much more flexibility, I guess, with minutes in the day. Your contract has the shortest instructional time, like, and you guys get paid well, so you should be happy. But no, for real. So we only have that 90-minute block, and then we have the 42-minute block outside of it. What we're going to have to do is be flexible with that tier 3 period. And then my reading teachers we're going to have separate conversations about what happens in that pull-out program that will support the instruction that's happening in your core classrooms, because we do have the population of students that get pulled out during that period. But you do have, in total, you have that 122, whatever it is, minutes that you guys have to teach. So you have plenty of time to hit all the content that's expected in this.
Okay.
Right, does that make sense? They're probably, when we were having this conversation, just thinking 90 minutes, but you have that other 42-minute period that you're going to have flexibility. You also, when you're talking about core, the knowledge here, your social studies science, some of it where you're gonna talk about when you're looking at actually all these modules and units that will have some content stuff that we can, when we meet as a group, we'll go through and align standards to see like, hey, what are we touching, what are we doing, blah, blah.
Gotcha.
So we'll like work through as like a team, and
I asked Karen to see if there is like something that, sometimes we have some created for states, I don't know.
you don't, I've asked for it before, I don't think that you do. So it's national, so we're gonna have to look at our own state standards and figure out grade level by grade level, but we'll do that, and we'll work through it as like,
Okay, perfect.
as we unpack.
Can you repeat the block, 30 minutes?
Well, because it's a little different in there, because I'm not, that was the
so
thing.
that's
So,
So,
That's
yeah,
not it.
so this is kind of like 4th and 5th grade sample, like
Yeah.
90 minutes is that.
so you have your whole, right, so here's your whole group, right, where you do this, right? And then you go into this, which would be your 45-minute here. So here's your core, so that'd be your first block, your first here. Yes, yes, exactly. Yep. And then this is
So each day looks a
a
little
little different. Yep. But you're seeing here, this would be your second period, right? Am I saying that?
So this is one whole lesson. It's
Yeah,
just broken
this
up
is
into
one lesson
different
too, right?
components.
This
Yeah.
is one lesson, this is another lesson. This is
Yeah.
not- Yep, okay, I'm understanding. Go ahead.
That's all instruction.
Show me what you're-
Thank you.
Yes.
Teaching.
Okay.
So it doesn't show group, it shows partner, whole group, independent partner.
No, no, no.
There's no two, unless we have to go out what we want to do.
That's what we're gonna have to do. So like, this is, let me just like clearly explain this. And this was brought up, I'm just gonna grab you guys for a second. This was brought up when we were actually like doing our overviews and stuff like that. This program, and Christine, you'll remember these conversations when you were part of the committee. This was one of the programs that we talked about that has a little bit of challenge with the structure that we have. So we talked about the idea that we're going to have to be creative in how we're going to use the interventionist to best utilize what that extra body is going to look like. I don't think it's gonna be what I'm gonna say a blanket answer, because I think we're gonna have to like look at it from like, like individual, and we're gonna have to go through and see, okay, like this is where we can say, Christine, you're pushing in, this is what's going to happen during that time. I don't think it's gonna be like, because the way Journeys works, and I mean, unfortunately, it's like that level of leaders, and we all just like broke into groups, and a lot of times the pushing teachers were using that write-in reader, which, yeah, everyone's making the same face, right? So it wasn't the best instruction that was going on when we were having interventionists come in, especially in the upper grades. I mean, I think we all can agree that like, we weren't seeing like fruitful lessons and things like that. So I think we have the opportunity now to take this and kind of, it's almost like we have more than what your program, like, we're having a second body being able to kind of like, and it might be on days that you might be doing like a parallel teaching, or you might do like, you know, we'll have like different, like there's 6 different ways to have an interventionist teach within a given classroom, right? So we can start to say, like, this is what it might look and sound like depending on whatever lesson is being brought into that day.
It's a shift. If you're used to like a routine of like, first 40 minutes we do this, and the next we do that, it's just a different way of looking at things. Yeah.
And our upper grades had novel units and things like that, which changes, like when we're talking about, you know, we have our novel units that we wrote, and we had like small groups and things like that. It's going to be a shift, and we're just gonna have to like, just like pause and say, okay, like how are we going to unpack this? Now, like when I'm looking at this and like you look at the lessons in, like there's like, okay, your core connection's 45 minutes, right? And then it's saying for that day, the read aloud is going to be, you know, the second half. That might look and sound differently when the interventionist comes in, right? And maybe it's a parallel teaching and they're doing it in scaffolding a little bit differently, right? So now you have these diverse learners who might need, you know, a different way or a different approach. Like that's gonna give a little bit of flexibility where it's going to be, okay, we're gonna break into 2 groups, maybe not 4 with rotations, but here's 2, we're parallel teaching and we're doing the same thing, but it might look and sound a little bit differently based on the population. If you're an ICT class, that's, you know, a special ed teacher might pull those group of students doing the read aloud, but it might look and sound differently, but they're going to be exposed to the curriculum in its whole.
Okay. That makes me feel better, because like, I don't know, I'm gonna try to help you all with the schedule and that,
Okay.
Yeah. Is that helping answer a little bit for you all?
Michelle,
Yep.
the special ed teachers, for like I'm in an ICT classroom, are they being trained in
Yep.
any of it? Are they gonna have exposure to it?
Yep, exactly. So the building schedules, when I had to ask them, they were all just like not completed. So we wanted to get the teachers in, and then we're gonna do PDs for all of the interventionists and whatnot. And we asked the building principals to make sure that like if you have a reading teacher pushing in, they're not in your class and then in like an inter-reading pilot, because we didn't want to overwhelm them. So we asked them to make sure that like if they're doing a CKLA in 4th grade, that they're not doing like wit and wisdom in their 2nd grade push-in.
Yeah, that's a lot for them.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Yes.
All right, so we were about to dig into like just kind of getting a feel for the teacher guide. So you either have maybe one pulled up digitally or you're looking at a physical one. Does anyone need help accessing any of those? Okay. So the first thing you look at is, which we've all kind of dove into, which is the contents page. We call it the contents rather than the table of contents because it is a quick glance, and what we just did was kind of perfect proof of like how it can give you a lot of information. So when you zoom in, for example, so this is lesson 2, gives you the title, obviously the page number, but it breaks into the different components of the lesson. and then also the different segments for each component. So you can get a good feel, like not only are you teaching reading that day, but this is what I'm teaching. After the table of contents, you're gonna find the unit introduction. So if you could either scroll there or turn there, I really like to highlight this because I know as a teacher, this is something I would see the word introduction and I would probably skip it over. However, it is really, really beneficial, especially like your first year with the program. So as you can see, it's gonna give you some information on, why this unit is important. Oh, sorry, let me go back. It'll give you information on what writing is done. This is where you'll find that information of if students had CKLA in previous years, they built background in these grades and these units. Like my biggest takeaway from teachers when I work with them year round is when I'm with them in like October, and they just said that we sit down and do planning together and we read the introduction. Always they say is, I wish I would have read it for the previous units. So that's like my big thing, like just please read it. It will help make that daily lesson planning a bit easier. So after your unit introduction, you go right into your lessons. Each lesson starts with this page. You're welcome to go to one if you'd like, but it's called our lesson overview. So on this page, it's telling you the components of your lesson with the focus objective and then your formative assessments. So right here on this page, you can kind of see what assessments you have available to you for this lesson. When you turn the page, some of you already found this document, you'll see the lesson at a glance chart, which break things up. And then the next piece is the advanced preparation. That is really important in the sense of just kind of telling you these are the things that you need to have before your lesson. There's also a universal access piece of that, which is going to provide some different like scaffolds for the lesson to help reach all the learners in your classroom. But when you're looking at that lesson at a glance chart, it's breaking it down by component and by each segment, and it's kind of giving you all the materials you need, suggested timing, and then if there's any take-home material, it will be listed there. That take-home material, use it however works for you. Some teachers say like, homework doesn't work in our school, in our community, or it didn't fit in today's lesson. Just things happen. So my kind of thing is what I like to point out is a lot of times that take-home material is going to be something that students have already seen. So it's a great kind of independent activity. So some teachers use it for like morning work the next day or independent practice. There's a lot of options if you don't want to use it in the traditional sense. When we were talking about pausing or the pacing, we mentioned those pausing point days. So in each unit, you will see the pausing point. So the easiest way to find it is to go to that table of contents. It'll say pausing point and give you a page number. It's usually at the end, sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's both. So you go to that page number in your teacher guide, and it's going to give you loads of activities and resources to differentiate your instruction for this unit. So you can use it as reviews before an assessment, give the assessment, use it for reteaching after. Lots and lots of different ways you can use these. There's a lot of activities. You probably won't get to them all. And they're really meant and designed to be used however works for you. So if you're collecting data throughout the unit and you notice, oh, my whole class needs help with this, you can use one of these activities as whole class. Or if you're saying, this group needs this and this group needs that, you can set up groups. It's really flexible, whatever works for you and your students. And then the last section, I don't know why most teachers always skip this when I'm working with them, but is the teacher resources section of the teacher guide. Again, it's usually just the last thing in your teacher guide, but you can access the page number from the table of contents. But you'll see lots of things here, like sometimes if there's writing, you'll find rubrics back there, a glossary for all your vocabulary words, the activity book answer key, which I think is really important as a fourth grade teacher, like just knowing that that is there. So make sure you check that out as well. Questions on any of those features of the teacher guide?
Where are the assessments accessed? Like, have we need an assessment? Like, where are those?
So what's unique about that is the part that you need to see as the teacher will be in the teacher guide. The actual student assessment will be in the student activity book.
The assessment will be in the activity book?
Yes. So everything is in the activity book. The writing, the assessment, practice pages.
They get it ahead of time. They have it ahead of time.
I guess.
Interesting. So if you want to tell them to study for the test, they can just take it home and do the answers at home.
Or you cannot send the book home. A lot of teachers don't send the book home. Any other questions? All right. Well, then let's get into what a lesson looks like. Before that, we're going to look at like the unit as a whole. So in addition to the unit introductions that are in your teacher guide, there are these curriculum maps. So this is an example from the 3rd grade unit 6 curriculum map. This is the unit, that we'll be looking at lessons from. So these curriculum maps are going to give you a nice summary. They're going to give you just kind of like overall learning outcomes, the big ideas of the unit, and then what's really nice is down at the bottom, it's kind of telling you standards instructed, and then standards assessed. So this is just kind of a quick snapshot. What I like to tell teachers is, unfortunately, you won't find this in your teacher guide. It's like a separate document. So when we go there, I always recommend like download it, save it, email it to yourself, whatever you need to do, so you don't have to go through the steps of like finding them again. Teachers have said they found it really useful just to kind of print these out, put it on a clipboard while you're teaching that unit, or put it with your teacher guide. I keep pushing for them to put it in the teacher guide, but it's not as of right now. So let me get you to where those are, and you can kind of take a look at those. So to access these, we need to get to that professional learning site. And if you look at all the tabs, I have a bunch open already. There's an orange A, and then mine says grade 4 because I chose the grade 4 one. But it's this page that we pulled up at the start of our morning together. And if you need help getting back here, I'll be happy to help you. No, I know.
I've only been on before, so I don't know where you.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know where you started.
So if you could get, perfect, yeah, that screen is good. If you could go, scroll up for me. Oh yeah, go to the intro page.
Oh, mine going down?
Oh, right there. And then go to the left of the teacher resource site. Yeah. And then scroll down, and you'll see professional learning. If you're on the page I am, if you scroll down, you should see where it says curriculum maps. And then scroll down, you have these training resources.
Let's see maps.
And then the first one, CKLA. Launch sessions. Then here you should just choose your grade level.
Thank you.
Drop down menu. Yep. Okay, sorry everyone, thanks for your patience. All right, so when I scroll down here, you should see something that says curriculum maps. When you click on that, it will open up in another tab, and here you will find a curriculum map for each of your units. So this is where I definitely recommend clicking the download, save it. You can email it to yourself, save it to your computer, to your drive, whatever works for you. So you don't have to go through and try to find these again. So I'll give you a couple minutes to do that and to kind of take a look at them, and I'll be walking around. Does anyone need me to show you again? Okay. So the one that's highlighted now, I think that's the teacher guide. Yep.
So that's what we'll need for
Yeah.
one.
Mhm. And then the next one is the curriculum map, the last one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this is that teacher planner.
So you kind of need all of them?
It's really preference, like if that's the way you like to look at plans, like that's a nice option. If you don't like it, that's just a completely optional tool if you like it. I know. And then the curriculum maps are those class pieces, right? Anyone need any help? All right. I think we are going to move into, how are we feeling? Do you guys want to take a break or do you want to move into kind of what a lesson looks like?
Maybe have a bathroom break.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take, I don't know, 10-minute bathroom break? Sure. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm like,
One colored teeny file. Personal narrative first, values first.
I'm sorry.
No, he's got a big problem. She imagined that she did that with structure. Gotcha. But that's what she has to do. But you have your then but he said she was gonna do this, like a group of maybe like 15 kids that can get it. Doing the same thing, but they're stopping it. Like,
Which is, we have one thirteen
but
thousand.
money that you don't have that kind of lines for delivery instruction. You know what I'm saying? So she's been trained. That
every year assessment.
Is that your activities?
It is.
I'm not gonna turn it over.
Right, right. Yeah.
And it's one, it's just a lot of numbers, which is summer training, and that's what I,
All over again.
Yeah. I'm like, don't worry about it. Just teach the sun.
Exactly what you do.
So like, this is, so like students, I'm telling you now, like, it's. I should have a question.
Yeah.
We're gonna walk through the budget.
Yep.
Or is it the same? Is it similar to before?
It's grade 3 we're looking at, but it's the same as the one that's done all past.
So we'll know like what's our whole structure we look at for our first topic. Like if it's saying, am I gonna know where to find that? And where to find that?
So yeah, we'll go over it.
Okay. I know, I just got it. Just like how to execute where the materials are.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for sure. And like, even in it, you're like, confidence. Show me my fifth grade. You know what I mean? That's like, I just want to help you all. Like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that.
And
So that's like what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go over the curriculum, treat it like as you're just materials. That's how you get to know like the flow of things, right? Like what the different parts look like, and then the last part of our day, we'll look at like the slides, digital piece, and then there's community highlights, so like you can kind of play around with both, and then like, so you all do CKLA, you can say like, oh, that digital piece really worked. We don't need the print work. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, so you can kind of try out everything. But it's hard to just start out with digital because it takes away from like, what the curriculum is, what the components look like. Because you're so focused on like, oh, they get this, and they get that, you know?
what just.
Right.
Yes.
I know.
Uh-huh.
I know. Well, I guess this is how I always did it before, so now I just everything's from scratch.
What's that one?
I loaded 4 programs.
I know it's got a couple of weeks and.
Yeah, no. How's your?
There's a group that we have managed from towers. I mean, not everyone, but she had to
That was the
No, they're not. Don't want it. That's not.
You all let me know when you're ready to get started. We can take a couple more minutes or we can get started.
Libby's was last name.
And I'm sure I would have been lecturers. But I didn't hear just, I would the communities, please home to me, so that part. So it's just amazing. Thank you. So
All right, how are we doing? We ready to keep rolling? I know, they look so good, the bagel.
Well, now that Michelle's having a baby,
Absolutely.
you never want to be the first.
Right.
Yeah, you never want to be the first person.
I went first.
She was first.
I didn't want to be rooting it up while you were
Oh my
speaking, but the second you were done.
Honestly, please, at any time,
Yeah,
that,
Bagel has been calling my name the whole time, so.
that does not bother me, please, go.
Frank's coming, so he's not.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay, great.
All right, so we're gonna now take a look at the components and like what a lesson looks like. First, I'm gonna talk about the difference between the speaking and listening component you'll see and the reading component. So if you just take a look at them, they're very similar, right? You're introducing either a read aloud or a chapter, you're presenting it, or maybe reading it, then you're discussing it, and then you have some word work afterwards. So very similar format. This speaking and listening is coming from like the 3rd grade. You will have this component. The kids will be reading like from the books. In 3rd grade, sorry. This is when you'll be kind of reading the story to them. So the lesson that we'll be looking at comes from 3rd grade. Unit 6, this comes from the Viking Age unit. Here are the objectives for that lesson. So you're going to see students will make and confirm predictions about the concluding events of a story. Students will answer questions about a text and explicitly cite the text as the basis for their answers. The writing piece, students will compare and contrast 2 characters from Norse mythology and plan a narrative about a character. And then the language piece, they will categorize words using different spelling patterns for the s sound. For this lesson, there are some formative assessment opportunities. There's an activity book page that aligns with that answer questions and cite evidence from the text reading part. And then there's a journal entry for the character comparison. Looking at the lesson at a glance chart, and this I believe is in your participant notebook if you don't want to look at it on the screen. But again, you can see we'll start with that reading component. We'll move on to that writing piece and the language. And for this lesson, there is some take-home material. When we see this slide, it's just showing us where we are in the lesson. So if you look at the bottom like bar there, as you can see, we're in the introducing the text in that reading, and then we'll move on throughout when we're looking at this. So on page 12, I believe, there is one of our design principles. Make sure that everything never lines up. Yeah. Continuing to build background knowledge for strong comprehension. So I'm going to give you a minute to just kind of read that over. This is one of our design principles that the program was designed on.
usually don't have to. I have salad and sit, but. Oh, well, I stopped. Years ago.
Any big takeaways after reading this design principle about building background knowledge? There's a really great 10-minute video, we're not going to watch it today, but by Daniel Willingham about teaching reading is teaching content, and it goes all into like how many minutes of our day are spent on science, and how many minutes of our day are taught on reading, and how it talks about when you're teaching reading through science and arts and knowledge, you're actually teaching content. It's really, really interesting. It's a quick 10-minute video if you wanted to kind of dive into more of that. But for our lesson here today, this is the actual excerpt from the teacher guide. So it's on page 13 if you want to take a look at it, but we're going to watch a classroom video. And what we're going to see the teacher do is she's going to review the plot. She's going to, have the students it's the whole introducing the chapter. So you can kind of read that over before we watch that. But something I want to point out is in your teacher guide, you will find these little sidebar supports right here, as you see. And built into kind of the curriculum right away, you'll see ways to kind of support different learners. So it's great, like if you're going to have that other teacher push in maybe and teach that same part of the lesson, or these are some great scaffolds that are already there provided. So take a minute to preview that, and then we'll watch the video.
She's modeling, this is a day one lesson, like in,
No, it's not the first lesson. This comes from Unit 6
okay.
that we're watching.
And then this is just like in the middle of the unit?
Yeah. Unit 6 lesson, I forget what lesson it is. I think it's lesson 5 maybe. It's called the wedding feast.
What grade is it?
Third grade. But it's the same procedure, like for my 4th and 5th grade teachers. It's a very similar procedure you would use when you're introducing like your reading.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It notes here like materials that the students need for the lesson, which is helpful.
Yeah.
Now, in the beginning, just because we don't have unit one, in the beginning of the whole program, does it say like this is recommending that the students have a specific journal, like this let us know what materials the kids will need throughout the year?
So that's for that unit introduction that I said like please read. Like it will say like in this unit students will use blah 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 blah. Like kind of things that like a notebook sticking out. Things that aren't included with the actual curriculum. Go ahead and share this video. This is just an excerpt from this. So as you saw on like your timestamp, I think it said 15 minutes, like this would take in the classroom. This is just like a 5 or 6 minute clip of that. Do you want me to turn the lights off, or are you good with it just like this?
Maybe.
You want to take a look and see what it looks like with the lights off? Oh, that's one light. Off, on, one, off, one, on.
Yeah, it's good.
This is good? Okay.
guys ready to preview some vocabulary? You're gonna love these two words. We only have two today, and one of them, I have a feeling we're gonna get some giggles, okay? So we might have to get the giggles out in some way. The very first word, ready, you're gonna say it with me, is belch. How many of you have heard the word belch? Raise your hand if you've heard that word, and it's okay if you haven't. So, you've heard of the word, how many of you know what that means? You know what it means? Alright, so what's it mean, Abigail? A very loud, deep burp, right? So wait a minute, who thinks they can imitate a loud, deep burp? A loud, deep burp. You think I can? You wait a minute, you want me? I want to see. Brendan, you think? Oh, I think I just heard a belch. Excuse you, I love the manners. So, Brendan, right? I have a great connection. How many of you have seen the movie Elf? Okay. My favorite and my husband's favorite part, right, is for those of you that haven't seen it, okay, Elf loves sugar. And so he downs this 2 liter of Coca-Cola, like the whole thing. And then he lets out this loud belch. And I mean, it's loud. It's like, bah! And then he looks at everybody and he says, did you hear that? Yeah. Turn to your partner and tell them about it. All right, as soon as you're done, I'll know you are ready to go when I see your movement. You actually yesterday summarized the plan is made, and that was the story we read before this wedding feast, right? So Lily, go ahead and Maggie, if you want to help her, like hold her whiteboard, and she's going to present to us and kind of review for us what we did till the plan is made, okay? Yeah, you're good there, honey. All right, go ahead, Lily. So we can see. All right, so they went and had to make this plan, right? How did they have to make this plan? How did they have to make this plan? Why did that plan have to be made? Sully? So they get to think about the end of that chapter, a plan is made. And I want you to think what might be happening coming up in our next chapter. Now, our next chapter is the wedding feast, right? And we know some of our main characters. We know what's going to happen. We don't quite know how it's going to end, right? So we need to make some predictions. Good readers make good predictions, and they think about what might happen next, right? So I'm going to partner you up, and then you and your partner are going to talk, and on your clipboard, you're going to write down as many predictions as you might have for the next chapter, okay? So we'll partner up like we do A's and B's. We're going to start by sharing a prediction, and then A's will go next, okay? And then you keep going back and forth. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to make as many predictions as you can. Thumbs up if you're following. What questions do you have before you do that? Yeah? Yeah, so Ben, can I borrow that? So you are going to write your predictions on this piece of paper. You're going to write as many as you can here. Good clarifying question, Liam. Anybody else? Any other questions? What questions do you have? All right. So about 2 minutes for you and your partner to talk and to write down as many things as you can. Go ahead. You finish up your predictions. I want you and your partner to choose, each one of you can choose one prediction to put on a sticky note, okay? So one prediction to put on one of your sticky notes. So each partner should have a sticky note filled out for their prediction. All right, do I have anybody left that needs to still put a prediction up? No? All set? All right. So I see a lot of the same word up here for some predictions, and that word is the predictions that we have that you guys made. So it says Thor will get mad at Thrym when he gets his hammer back. He will rip Thrym on his clothing. Oh, but wait a minute, that reminds me, it's called the wedding feast, right? So how many of you have been to a wedding before? You've been to That's okay. If you've been to a wedding, raise your hand. Okay, so what's happened at a wedding? Like, what's a wedding all about? What's a wedding all about? What do you think, Greg? You forgot? You were there, you were having a good time, you forgot what the wedding was about? It's a good time, right? You get to be with a bunch of people, but what's it about? What is a wedding? What's a wedding? Shaggy? Okay, about love. So what happens at this wedding? No? People get married. So next, I need you to use your table of contents. This is so bad. Table of contents, thank you so much. And I want you to find our next chapter, right? So we want to use our text features. We want to go to our table of contents. We want to find our next chapter, which is chapter 5, I believe. And then, Zoe, what page is that on for us, honey? 48. Awesome. So let's turn to page 48. As soon as you're there, I'll know you're there when your hand is just on the page like this.
All right. So how many people would go that far with the word belch? What?
They held it together.
That's what I thought.
I give them a lot of credit, because third grade is really.
Right. Do you all want one or two
It
left?
really depends on the group,
be
because that could have
silly,
went
yeah.
in
Even
another.
fifth grade, yeah, like they
Yeah,
did like
great. That was a long lesson, and they were all sitting still and.
Did you see the kid at the end though, his head was like,
But that's like an actual classroom, like he's
Yeah.
gone, he's had it, he's checked out.
let him know.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would have taken belch that far. What cracks me up is like, she really only knew, I mean, obviously she knew we were videoing her, how many people watch her belch like that. Like, she probably didn't take that into consideration now, but. All right, so what takeaways from that? This is introducing the chapter. We're getting ready to read. This is what the introduction looks like.
It's a lot of time spent on an introduction.
Was she given the vocabulary?
Yeah.
Taken?
Yep.
I like that she's gathered kids.
Yeah. I feel like at times, not some of my greatest teaching moments probably, like looking back, when I was introducing a reading or a chapter, like it was me doing a lot of the talking. And I just love how engaged the students were. You know, they're talking to each other, they're writing things down, they're putting up a sticky note. I don't know, they're making connections. I loved, and it felt cozy and warm, like we're reading together, we're on the carpet, like I love that. So I encourage you to start thinking about like, what does this look like in your room? Like when I'm introducing the reading, do I want to pull kids down, do I want to pull half of them down? You know, just kind of what that looks like for you all.
That was the one thing, there was a lot of whole group when we first were looking at.
Yeah.
Really, a lot of whole group, which we all instantly,
Right.
it was like us just talking at the kids, but to see it in that aspect kind of makes it seem like, okay, it could look differently. It could be us with an interventionist, you know,
Yeah.
introducing vocabulary, your tier 3 kids are getting it in a different way, whereas your, tier 1 and 2 are getting it in another. So to see it in that way kind of like reminds you
Deep
that
breath,
you make it your own and have it look a little bit different.
I agree, like that grouping chart, I don't like it.
No, and when you see whole group, you think of
Yes.
like, I'm in the front of the smartboard and I'm,
Right.
but it looks very different, in that way, which is nice.
I feel like that's a big misconception when you take really any curriculum that says like, it's not scripted, like everything you need is there. You all are like the masters of your craft and you know your students and you know that maybe some classes, like doing that belt thing, just won't work, right? And that's where like, I do think like after we get into this part, you can see like, I can do this, I can teach this, I can make this like mine or ours, right? Did anything like feel really familiar? Like, oh yeah, like this is something I already do, or anything feel pretty different as well?
I liked the sticky notes.
Yeah.
Because it's everyone getting their ideas out, even if it's just as a partnership.
Yep.
If their ideas are up and they're on display for everyone to see,
Yep.
but you're not necessarily going through every single group and having all 25 students share.
Okay.
So it's.
And that's like a way a lot of times, just the practice of writing is snuck in, right? Like that was, yes, I didn't write a lot, but it was still just another opportunity for them to write. Great, anyone else? Or any questions? All right, let's do a quick check for understanding. Teachers should skip this part if low on time. True or false? Hi. Yeah, absolutely. Because as you saw, like, you said, like, oh, they spent like a significant time doing that, but that's because we're setting them up for success with this rigorous text that they're about to read. So all of that stuff they're doing is really, really important. Which of the following is not an action the teacher takes to introduce the chapter? 1, preview important vocabulary. 2, complete a picture walk of each image. 3, make connections. And 4, set the purpose. 2. Yeah, and sometimes like when we do that, we're kind of like doing the work for them. Like we're providing that connection for them, whereas like here, they were able to make those connections. I love how, like, again, talking about like that background, I love the way, so the chapter they're about to read is about a wedding. And she said, how many people have gone to a wedding? I think maybe at times naively I would have assumed that most of my 4th graders have been to a wedding because that's how I was raised, right? Like I was going to weddings when I was, you know, that, but really that was a good opportunity to just say, how many people have been to a wedding? What's it like? So I just like that she took like 30 seconds or 45 seconds to do that. Any other thoughts before we move on? Okay, so kind of moving along in our lesson, we just introduced the text. Now it's time to read the text, or if we were in a speaking and listening component, it would be listening to that read aloud. On page 13 of your participant notebook is, maybe not 13, is the next piece, or the next design principle. It's page 14, where a rich variety of text and context. So I'll give you a minute to just kind of read that over. So this component goes into that design principle because students in 3rd grade are reading about the Viking Age. Like, I don't know if I would have, if I was just me choosing that, I probably wouldn't have. So they're being exposed to so much. I want to talk about the different reading formats you will see like in that chart. You will see some whole group reading, right? So that's you as the teacher kind of facilitating that reading. Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Thanks for coming.
No problem.
Whereas kind of like you're reading a piece of that text, kind of like chunking it and then giving them some time to read, but it's really this whole group experience. The next part, you'll see a lot of partner reading. They start partner reading very specifically in kindergarten. They teach them like the routines of what that looks like. And then small group reading. So here's where it may not feel or look like what we may have been used to. Like I know at one point I taught groups and I had 4 groups and we kind of all read different things and different levels, but the small group reading here is referencing the group of students that can do it maybe on their own or with partners, and then the group of students that need that support. So when I say that to teachers, especially like first year of implementation, like it may not be small group, it may be large group. It may be you and 18 kids and maybe like 2 or 3 over here. And that's okay, right? But you're all working on the same text, just how you're getting there is differently. So you're going to be providing different scaffolds and supports for that group that need it, or maybe the ones that can handle it on their own are handling it on their own. And oftentimes the first couple units, it may be whole group. Like it may just be you and all of your students. But you will see as like units change, like again, if that background knowledge comes in, maybe those groups change too. And then you will see some independent reading. I will say, and we talked about that chart, this is where you'll see like in that reading component, these listed. You'll also see it in the teacher guide. this is where, okay, this curriculum was written for kids who have had CKLA for 5 years, 2 years, all those years prior. We're not in that situation right now. So you as the teacher know your students, change these formats to give them success, to be successful. So even if it's saying independent reading, we don't want to just give them something that they can't independently read. Change it. Change that format for what your kids need. And you will see a lot of close reading opportunities, which I absolutely love. So they'll go back to the text multiple times, and this process starts in 2nd grade as well, just for your information. All right, so we kind of all saw what like the readers look like. As you know, this is a reminder that each unit, students will get a different reader. This is what we mentioned the hub a couple times today. This little video is showing us what that e-reader looks like from that student hub. Is that all right? You guys want me to turn the lights off? Okay.
Hi there. This quick video will show you some of the features of the CKLA Hub. So once you are at your particular grade level, you will see that there are 3 options. There is an icon for vocab, an icon for library, and an icon for biblioteca. We'll talk about vocab a little later in the session. Right now we're going to focus on the library tab and the biblioteca tab. If you click on the library tab, you'll see that we have all of our student readers on the site. You just simply click on the student reader that you would like to read. So we'll start with Unit 1, Personal Narratives. And then you'll notice that the e-reader will load here. Once the e-reader has loaded, you'll see up here in the upper left-hand corner, there's a table of contents. So if you're assigning students to read a particular chapter, they can come here and then just click on that chapter. As they read, of course, they just use the arrows on the right and left side to move forward and backward in the chapter. There's also the option to have the story read aloud for students by clicking this icon here.
A green guava is sour and hard. You bite into it at its widest point.
You notice that the words that are being read aloud are also highlighted, so that can help students follow along. If you want to go back to the main page, you just click back and then you click home, and that will bring us back to our main page. Here we have our biblioteca, and this is also the student readers, but this time they've been translated into Spanish. You click on a student reader, it'll then pop up. The Spanish readers have the same functionality as the English readers. So again, you would use the arrows to move forward and backwards, and you can, of course, click in the upper left-hand corner to get the table of contents. The only thing you won't see in the Spanish readers is there isn't the option to read these out loud at this time. Again, to go back, you just click the back arrow and then click home, and we will talk about the vocab app later in the session. Thank you.
All right, so I love the hub, especially that part that reads it to the students. I think that's such a nice scaffold for some of our kids. So again, that is something that you all have access to. If that's something you want to project, like while you're teaching, and then the students have access to it. That's what they'll get on through Clever. So if they have internet, Wi-Fi at home, or whatever, they can access it at home. You can do it from a phone. So it is a really nice feature in that sense. Questions on the hub, or did you want me to show you? Did you want to take a look at it from on your end?
Is the hub for the students, or is the hub for us?
Whoever, both. So it's called the CKLA Hub. They can access it, but you can access it as well.
They have their own login, right? Username and password.
They'll just log in. You all have Clever, right? So it'll just be like they log in through Clever. There's like an orange little amplified thing. It just goes right there. Yep.
The readers.
Yeah.
So the notes, these they can write all over.
Yeah.
Now the readers, we would like collect back and use after year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's one thing too. I guess the hub would be good to not be sending these home so that they last.
Yeah. And then
because they're slow to come in.
thank you for your question. Let me show you on the readers too. That video does not show it. And if you want to check it out as well, you're welcome to. You could just go to this Amplify page, the resource site. You can access it several different ways from here. I'm going to go to the waffle where it says Programs and Apps. I'm going to click on that, and then under Tools, it says CKLA Hub. This is one way to get there. There are several other. But I'll just show you one of the newer features is that when they are in the text, they can highlight it. Sorry. And then they can annotate in here. So that's a nice feature. And then like their notes are saved. So they can highlight different areas, they can copy things if they want to take it to like, if you want them to respond to something, they can copy that, paste it into another document. So those features are newer to the hub as well. Any questions on the hub?
How do you get to the hub?
Sure. Do you happen to be on, oops, sorry. Do you happen to be on this page or do you have a tab opened up with the resource site?
On that.
Perfect. So on the top right, where it says programs and apps, if you click there and go down under tools, I think the first thing you see is CKLA Hub.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I know Tina had asked about the CKLA Hub for the students and teachers.
Yeah.
Can the students access the teachers only stuff?
No.
It's the same, excuse me, it's the same way to get in, because they both can access the hub.
No, because it'll be like a student account.
It's
and they
clever,
have a
it links
teacher
to their
account.
student account.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, great.
Any other questions? Okay, so this is just touching upon in third grade, your speaking and listening component that we talked about is treated as a read aloud. So in that process, what you will do is the same thing, you'll introduce the chapter, and then however the difference is, you will be showing images from the flip book that's on your resource site and reading aloud the text from your teacher guide. So that's just kind of the difference between third and fourth and fifth. And if you like later, we can kind of take a look at one of those lessons if you'd like. This graph here is really interesting. It's showing research by T.G. Strict saying like what you notice here in orange is students' listening comprehension ability, and in gray, students' reading comprehension ability. So as you can see, they do not equal out to age 13. This is kind of reminding us of the importance of students are capable of comprehending so much more by listening. My daughter's 5, she definitely understands way too much. But I think we forget that when they become third, fourth, and fifth graders, and that's just the importance of these read alouds to still use those. Like I know when I taught 6th grade language arts, my most engaging lessons is when I was reading to them because a lot of them could participate. So back to our lesson that we're looking at, right? So we just saw Ms. Sobak, the teacher, introduce the chapter. We're gonna move into some reading. And I apologize, this link never worked, so I just have to kind of access this video from the professional learning site. But I like to show you this so that you can see if you ever wanna come back to this, then you can take a look at all these videos, which is really nice. So go to professional learning, and if you ever want to see like what happens in a K-2 classroom, you have access to those. All right, so this is a whole group reading lesson, so she's just kind of moving on right to that lesson. The thing that I want you to think about what you're seeing, I would have liked to have seen her, is that too dark? Give an opportunity for students to kind of try the text a little bit. This feels more like a read aloud to me, but there's some great discussions happening. So let's take a look at this.
All right, show me your bookworms. Show me you're ready to follow along. Ready to go? All right, tap your partner if they're not there yet. Tap them if they don't have their bookworm ready. All right, here we go. When his wedding arrived, Grim was as happy as a giant could be. When he saw Freya's chariot approaching, he felt his heart racing. He had been madly in love with Freya for years. He did not think he would ever get her to marry him, but now it seemed that his dreams were coming true. "Welcome, fair bride," he called out. Thor and Loki stepped out of the chariot. Thrym came forward. He tried to welcome his bride with a kiss, but Loki pushed him away. "Not yet," Loki said in his most girlish voice. Uh-oh, you gotta back up. Not yet, Loki said in his most girlish voice. Not until you are married. Okay. So remember, what's their plan? Why did they have to create this plan? Why did they have to create this plan? Oh, I've got 3 hands that remember. A plan was made for a reason. Nadia, what do you think, honey? Why was this plan made? Yeah, we had to get Thor's hammer back, right? All right, when I turn to page 50, when you're on page 50, I want you to think about this question. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? Okay, I'm going to repeat it one more time. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? All right, show me your bookworms. You ready to follow along? Oh, I've got 1 person, 2 people ready. 3, 4, 5. All right, here we go. Thor led his guests to a table. They sat down to enjoy the wedding feast. Thor was hungry. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? All right, so my B's, you're going to start the conversation. Turn to your partner and whisper to them what happened. What did Thor do? All right, bum. Next, A's. You are going to turn. You're going to share with your partner. What did Loki tell Thrym was the reason that Freya ate so much? All right. So go ahead. A's, share with your partner. As soon as you're ready, show me your moves, Atlas. Craig, tell us, what did Thor do as soon as he sat down at that table? He ate a lot, right? He started eating a whole bunch, yeah? And then Noel, what did he do after he ate all that? He burped, he belched, right? He let out a big belch. So why did Loki was a little nervous, right? There was that sentence in here that said Loki saw the danger. Loki saw the danger? What do you think he meant by that? Loki saw the danger. Ethan? Okay, so Thrym might catch on to their plan, right? So he was a little worried, so he made up an excuse, right? And he said that Freya ate so much. Why, Abigail? Why did Freya eat so much? Right. All right, you ready? Let's keep figuring out what's going on. Flip the page. Go to page 52. All right, I want us, as we read together, I want you to find out what happened when Thrym brought the hammer to Freya. Freya, right? Not really Freya. Who is it? Tell me together. Who is it? Right? At Loki's request. All right, show me your bookworms. Oh, man, I only see 2. I only see 3. Only 4? Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Thrym sat next to his bride. He tried once more to steal a kiss. So on your last sticky note, everybody should have one, and if you don't, just raise your hand and I can pass one around to you. You're going to write what surprised you about this read aloud. Okay? Surprised you. Show me in your hands how much time you might need for that. 10 minutes, man. I'm going to go probably just start with 2 and see where we're at. Okay? That sounds fair. All right, what surprised you about this read aloud?
So this part she doesn't explain, but they're confirming predictions from the predictions they made in the beginning.
Reading some of these things that surprised us. So I see some common things. I see a lot of you that were really surprised about him actually killing people. How many of you were super surprised he killed people? I know. I heard the gasp. You were like, oh. How many of you just thought that he was going to hurt people? Yeah, I did too. I was the same way when I read through that the other night. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh. Right? He actually killed people. Awesome. How many of you loved this read aloud? Who thinks it might have been their favorite? Their favorite so far. So far, right? Do you still have a couple more to go?
So my apologies. They were adding their surprises there, but the next, the ending part of that component is when they confirm their predictions. So, all right, takeaways on this or thoughts? No thoughts?
She read through one whole chapter.
Yeah.
And that was.
So what I like to explain to teachers, so she had her like teacher guide right on her lap, because the way it's set up is like the reader is in your teacher guide, and then there's always questions. Yep, so there's questions like right below it. I like the way she front-loaded the questions. So like she was like, okay, on this page, let's read for what. She asks a question, and then they come back to it at the end. So they are set up that way. After each kind of page or kind of section, there are some questions, because this is rigorous text, but you're not just like, go read. You know, you are tackling it kind of together and chunking it. Any other thoughts on what you saw, or questions that you may have, things that you liked, or things that felt weird?
That's a good question.
Right, I mean, like, sometimes like, what, why is she doing that, or do I have to do this, you know?
Again, I think it's just the structure of that whole group also just looking different than we
Yes.
anticipated, and it's like very, partner work is incorporated within that. You know, the post-its allow everyone to share out, but you're not spending 10, 15 minutes for everyone to share out. It's quick, you know, that's what she laughed, when she's like 10 minutes, but it was a 1 minute thing, where they jotted it, got their ideas down before they moved on, so again, I think saying that it's full for 45 minutes, it's really structured in a way that's not even just talking to kids, it's a lot of their voices as well, right? So.
Yeah, students are really engaged, like they are doing a lot of the work, and we talk a lot about like, sometimes teachers do too much work, like I'll walk away from a lesson and I'm like, wow, that teacher worked hard, but where are the kids working, right? And I like, she made it so manageable for them to kind of participate and be active, make their voices heard. But I do think that like whole group label is really kind of misleading. So I'm glad that you were able to see that. Any questions or? Yeah.
Something I'm just noticing in the teacher edition there, I like the way they have the questions laid out and go with the reader.
Yeah.
It differentiates from literal and inferential, and then it gives the answers.
Isn't that huge for 3 through 5? That is huge.
Seriously.
I know.
Yeah. Journeys doesn't do that.
I don't know how many novels I taught where I was like, I had this amazing question. I'm like, wait a minute, was that the answer? Like on the spot, you're like,
But you have to sometimes
right.
and it's just so nice that they literally give you, even if it is, instead of just saying answers vary, which I used to hate. 'cause
Yes.
questions were like that. They give you, possible answers, which is, I do like that.
It's really, yeah, it's very, very helpful. That's why I always point out, like, your teacher answer guides for your workbooks are in the back of your teacher guide. Like, that is good information. Because these are in-depth questions, and if, like, especially your first time experiencing this story, like, you're not going to know it as well as you will, like, when you do it a few years. So, all right. Reading lesson types are strategically ordered and amplify CKLA to promote comprehension. True or false? Yeah, true. Absolutely. All instructional decisions should be made to promote student mastery towards the primary focus objectives. True. And this is there to just kind of say, because we know when we teach reading, we teach so many objectives at once, and sometimes we can get caught up on like, I don't know, characterization or something, but that wasn't the focus for this lesson. So this can just kind of help with your pacing and your questioning and that intentional kind of teaching. Teachers should not ask scaffolded questions. False. They are provided in the teacher guide for you. And then all engagement techniques that the teacher should use are included. False. I mean, there are some, but that's what we say, like, you have your own teaching style, your own learning, kids have their own learning styles. Add in those things that work for you. That whole elf belch burp, that wasn't included in there. Like, that was her kind of personality. All right. So after they read, there's always like a wrap up and discussion. And this goes with our next design principle, which is not page 14.
17.
Thank you. Page 17. It's one of my favorite design principles. It's called Fostering Wonderful Conversationalists. So do you want to take a minute to read that over? Do you want to read? I'm so sorry.
I'm not doing that. I just came in and my review. I'm good. I popped in on you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. Go for it. So what you may have seen already from the little clips that we saw is just students participating, students discussing. Even those readers that are unable to access the text independently, they are able to listen to it and hear it and still discuss those topics because they have that higher listening comprehension. Something I love about CKLA that you all don't know yet, but they really encourage students speaking in complete sentences starting in kindergarten. So like in the K through 2 teacher guides, they will provide sentence frames. So like when you're answering a question, they'll say, can you repeat that? And they'll give them that sentence frame. You'll see them in yours as well, but we know that talking about writing is that precursor to writing. So the more we can get them to speak in complete sentences, maybe we get them to write in complete sentences. Hopefully, right? So let's take a look at kind of the wrap up. So as you see here, here's the excerpt from the teacher guide. I think it's found on the next page from this lesson that we just saw. It's about 10 minutes, and you can see here they're going to go over the plot, then they're going to go to this activity book page, and again on the sides are some scaffolds for your students. So we'll take about 1 minute before we watch this little ending to this video. But this is set up, again, 3 through 5. It's just how that reading works. Like you introduce a story, you read it, you wrap it up.
So this fiction chart, this is different from the activity page?
Yes.
So this is just something that they had somewhere else, or this is something that they were working on as a class?
So you'll see in the video, like she gives them these giant whiteboards to work on it, or model 1, you know.
I like it. Where'd you get this nice paper from?
Yeah, Karen, where'd you get this nice paper?
Staples.
Oh,
Very nice.
yeah, keep that. You can use that for something.
It's smooth.
I know.
I was like, I'm going to Levittown. We have to have the good paper.
That's right. We're like eating
We're actually
paper,
the
right?
opposite. We'll take the scraps.
It's nice.
All right, so we're gonna watch how Miss Sobek wraps this up in her class, and you'll notice at the end, she kind of pulls a small group, which is really nice. So probably knowing that these kids need a little extra help, so she goes ahead and does that.
When we transition back to our seats, obviously you'll have to take all of your things and then send one person from your team to go get a big whiteboard. And then we are going to all make sure that we put our story elements on our board. And you're going to discuss what the title was, who the characters were, the setting, and then our plot. So who can review really quick what the plot is?
How true is that? Like you're giving them the answer.
Maggie, what does the plot mean? Okay, what was the problem and how did the characters deal with it, right? So how did they solve that? Have this big whiteboard, right? We don't want to go down the middle of the right? We want to showcase our work and we want to do the best we can. So tell me some ways that you did this yesterday that were really useful for your group. So how did you work in a group to make this successful? You did a really great job. You had really great strategies. Nadia, what was one thing you did? You took turns. Okay, so you took turns with writing. Yeah, thumbs up if that sounds fair. Good. Bum, ba, ba, dum, bum. All right, finalize your last thoughts on your board. I've walked around, I've checked in with people, I'm looking at your characters, your setting, your plot, right? All right, as soon as you're ready, I'll know you're ready when your markers are tapped and you're seated at your tables. Okay, number 8, Lily, what's the title? The wedding feast, right? All right, next person has to tell me the character. So number 16, Zoe. Ian, what was the solution? What ended up happening? Okay, but how did he get the hammer back? Be really specific. What's that? He did, and then what ended it? Ethan, what ended it? He killed everybody. So when he got it back, he like busted out of character and he killed everybody. All right. Steph, you guys see where you're at with this, right? Many of you rated yourself, so 2, 3, or 4, which is awesome. But now we gotta prove it since it's so back, yeah? So in your book, let's see if my split screen will work for us. In your fun book, you're gonna go to activity page 6.1, and it's called The Wedding Feast. So this looks really familiar to some of the ones that you've already been doing. You can find it. Then number 5 has a page number, 6 doesn't, right? And so it's looking for you to answer this question, what is the real reason that Freya's eyes were burning like orange fires? Wait a minute, I think we answered that. Okay, so name, date, you ready? Fire up, ready to go. Oh my word, look at Greg, he's already ready to go. So, here's how those our first question says, list, right? List all the food and drink. We have 4 dresses Freya had at the wedding feast. So everybody's got to go through their little reader, right? You got to try to find links for that evidence. So let me see. Yes, and then the gavel down. Half is ox. You see where that goes? Yeah. Alright, so you got salmon, ox, and meat, right? So let's see if you can hear me. Have all those things. About 1 more minute, and then we're going to come back together. We're going to start our writing.
All right. A question popped up. You saw she kind of like projected that activity book page. On the teacher resource site, you can do that. You have the digital version, the PDF of the activity book. If you wanted to put that up in a little bit when I show you the digital, it'll just be like as part of the slides in there. So you can project that. Questions, thoughts, takeaways?
I love that the activity pages ask the kids to cite the page when it found the evidence. I think that's a big thing, especially for 3rd grade. That's a huge jump in that, like, reading to learn. Like, kids would, how do you know that? Where did you find it in the text? So I think that's great that it's already included, because then it becomes part of their.
And what's great is they start that in 1st grade. So like in 1st grade, like even if it's like a yes or no question, like is whatever color green or whatever, it will provide like 3 lines because we want them to answer that question like the blank is green and then asking page number with page number. So, you know, it's so nice starting that small in 1st grade and then building up to that, you know, so nice. Any other thoughts, questions? I loved how she pulled a group, right? These kids need a little extra help. Let's pull that.
I just liked also how you said that they're encouraging them to write and speak in complete sentences. I know in my class, like I'm drilling them to restate the question and answer, and so I like how that's like embedded in the middle.
And what you'll find a lot of those sentence frames, like in the sidebars, so which is really nice for those learners that like we're trying to like get them there. Like they may have the answer, but like, okay, can you say the blank is? And it's nice. I mean, I know we can do that, but it's just nice, like, oh, that part is done. Like, I don't need to think about that. On page 17, or maybe a couple after, maybe 20, you'll see, 21, you'll see the next design principle about maximizing vocabulary acquisition through contextualized, content-based, and constant exposure. So I'll give you a minute to read that over. So what you're gonna see, like word knowledge really comes from repeated exposure to words in varying contexts. So in CKLA, students will learn vocabulary by multiple encounters across a multi-week unit. So you'll be hitting on words in this lesson, and they're gonna continue in here, and then they're gonna hear them again. So it's really like a lot of repeated exposures, not just like here are words for the week, here's 6, let's do them, drill, kill, done, move on. So it's really maybe a different approach. And one of the ways that we get there is through this word work component. I think this is found on the next page here. This comes from a 3rd grade lesson with the word nomadic. So this word work piece comes in after maybe a read aloud or after the reading like it would. So in here it says the word nomadic. So this little routine happens kindergarten through 5th grade. So nomadic is just like a really important word for this unit, so we want them to be exposed to it several times. So after you read and discuss your story or your text, you'll say, all right, in the read aloud, you heard these prehistoric people were nomadic hunters who traveled in groups. Say the word nomadic with me. Everyone says it, and then you tell them. Nomadic people are those who move from place to place, often in search of food. Today, there are nomadic people who move from place to place for various reasons. The nomadic people of the desert often rely on camels for transportation. Then you're going to say, have you ever learned about nomadic people? Hopefully they all say yes because they just listened to a text about it. I mean, we're hoping, right? That's the hope here. So you're going to give them some opportunity, turn and talk, small group, whatever you want. I want you to think about that and use the word nomadic when you tell about it. So give them some think time, and then you're going to guide and rephrase the students' responses to make those complete sentences. So let's say they're talking about something really good. You can kind of give them that phrase to say, I learned about nomadic people in, hopefully they're referencing the text they just heard, or maybe something else. Or the nomadic people of, so you share out some things, and then you say, what's this word we've been talking about? Nomadic. What part of speech is word nomadic? So add in a little grammar piece here. And then there's always a follow-up. So this follow-up here is a drawing activity. This varies. Like sometimes it's like multiple choice where you move around the room, or sometimes you act it out. So that little last component part like varies. This is a drawing activity. So have students try to imagine nomadic people moving from place to place in search of food. Have them draw their idea and then write a sentence beneath their drawing. Make sure they use the word nomadic in a complete sentence. So I always talk about this is really funny. 5 minutes and you want kids to draw this? I'm always you tell a 3rd, 4th, or 5th grader to draw, they're gonna pull out their nicest Crayola pencils with the sharpest tool. So I'm always maybe I'm gonna change that to sketch. Let's sketch something. But I've had teachers take this little follow-up and turning into morning work the next day, or into a notebook, or but just think about those things. This year as a pilot, I would say do it as is, but as you're getting used to this routine, maybe you'll say oh, I do want to start a little journal for these words. Just thinking about what works for you in your class. All right. True or false? Teachers should preview all the new vocabulary words with students in a text before reading it. I just give this one because it's a poorly worded question. False. So we obviously saw the teacher preview vocabulary. You may have like flipped through some pages and saw the preview of it. I think they use that term preview to maybe think of like this really long, drawn out thing. You saw her do belch and what was the other word? I don't remember. But her preview was really, really quick. Like, oh, what's belch? It is this. Here's my connection to this, and then you move on. It's not like, let's write the definition, let's draw a picture, let's think of all these things, because they're going to hear it in that preview, they're going to read about it in that text, they're going to talk about it afterwards, and then they're going to keep hearing it again and again throughout the unit. So yes, preview, but it's not like the 25, 30-minute previews that I've been guilty of doing in the past. Teachers should not add any engagement techniques to the word works. False. All right, so, a lot of question we get is what can we do for students who aren't able to read this text independently? It definitely happens. Some things I just want to point out is the strategic placing of those reading formats. So for example, you see here, they're doing some partner reading, and then in the next part, it's a speaking and listening component. So right here, they're getting support from a classmate, and again, you can change that format for your students. If you're not even ready for partner reading, that's okay. Or maybe you have 2 kids or 3 kids that can do it. Then pull the other kids. And then the next piece, the speaking and listening, this is building background on a topic they're probably reading the next day. So that's why it's really important to never skip like a full component. Like never say like, oh, like we have class pictures. Well, if you just skip that whole part, that's some important background knowledge you were building for something that's gonna happen later on. So I always say like try to, when life happens in school, as it does all the time, try to go back to it and condense things and get it done because it's so crucial, the sequence of everything. And then the next part here, you can see they're doing some whole group reading, which is building background knowledge with support of the teacher, and then moving on to some partner reading, maybe, kind of that gradual release. We talked about these a lot already. You probably have seen them. All of these sidebar supports that are built in to the teacher guide. So that's great for you to use, or maybe that intervention teacher that's coming in. So you have lots of options when it comes to adjusting that reading format, and I think that ebook is another great option of having them listen to it. I'm sorry, did you have, okay. Having them listen to that text, maybe that's a group there too, like maybe some are listening to it while you're working with students. The scaffolded questions to support comprehension, and then of course you may notice that we do have some students that are still just struggling with maybe decoding a lot of the words on the page, and that's when you can use some of our resources to kind of help them and meet them where they are and give them that targeted instruction on where they are in learning the code. That wraps up kind of like the reading or read aloud. We're going to move on to writing, but I wanted to see if anyone had any questions.
How are you feeling?
I don't see it unpacked if like you're like.
Better than earlier?
Yeah. It's like anything when you just look at it and
Right.
actually apply it. I think it's, there's a lot there. I think you said this earlier, but the design principles, those are incredible because it's just like really explaining why, it's like, I was thinking about Christine, we did it all the time, but when they know their why, they're more, it's like, it's explaining why you're teaching it the way you are and why you're doing those activities, which I think for teachers to get behind, it's important, the information's there, like the data is there. So.
It's a huge shift. You're changing the way you're doing something. Why am I changing? So. All right, so back to the design principles. If you turn the page over, it's going to talk about the analysis and expression and reading and writing. Page 23. So here on the screen, you see the foundations of writing, right? So to be a proficient writer, we need to have that receptive and expressive language. We need to be able to read. We need content and background knowledge to write about something. We need language conventions. I'm sure you can think about a time when this affected your students' writing, maybe your own personal writing. But think about what we've seen so far. Like, how much are students receiving and expressing that language, right? We're reading, we're supporting them in their reading. We haven't talked about grammar yet, but it is embedded and it starts in K through 2. I mean, that language component is there. And then of course that content and background knowledge. So what you'll see with CKLA is that writing is really a holistic approach. You're gonna see a lot of like informal opportunities to write. Obviously you'll see a lot of response to text. And you'll see students go through the whole writing process. So you will see all kind of forms of writing. And I will say, like, what we see most is this, quality. This is what teachers tell me, usually January and after. It's not in the beginning, but they will say, like, I'm just really impressed with the quality that my students are producing. And that's what you'll see. Like, it's a really nice model, like when you dive into the writing within a unit. It's a nice gradual release where you're kind of modeling something, and then they go on and do it step by step with those supports. I will just like a little heads up about writing, could be different for you. All the writing is done in their student activity books. So think about that. If you're taking something through the whole writing process, perhaps in like lesson 3, you're brainstorming. Maybe in lesson 4, you're planning your writing. Maybe lesson 5, you're drafting it. The whole process, right? But in those lessons, there's also going to be like other pages in between. Like there might be like a reading activity page or like a grammar page. Sometimes that whole just logistical piece is hard for teachers to wrap their head around if they're used to like a writing folder or like a writing notebook. So I just like kind of be like, FYI, this is where your writing is found. It's nice because all the pieces are there, like your graphic organizers will be in there, your checklist, all of the things. There is stuff in between. So I always just kind of, so I always just say like, don't send anything home yet. Like, because I've worked with teachers who have accidentally like, or maybe they didn't even do it, like their kids accidentally. So just, it's like teacher beware. I like to just tell teachers that. And I will say, like, if you want to know, like, what writing is in this unit, there's a couple ways to find that out. Your unit introduction, which I've been, like, saying, read, but it will tell you what writing is done in there. And then also taking a glimpse at your table of contents. So you can see, like, oh, lessons 5, 6, and 7 are big writing days. Questions on writing?
The thing about writing, and I think we all can agree that when we used the Journeys program, it was like, I guess, the area of weakness that we've all recognized for, the previous 10 years. So it has been something that district-wide we recognize, like the K2 is the phonics instruction was not as strong as we would have liked, and then the 3-5 writing is weak. So we did a lot of internal curriculum committees and brought teachers together to help supplement. This Journeys was not strong. I'm hopeful that this will help us understand process and improve on our student writing.
And that's what teachers tell me again. It's like, I used to have kids hand in like 3 or 4 page papers, but like, what did it say, right? And now like, they may be writing shorter amounts, but it's a focused, kind of more quality paragraph. I felt like when I taught writer's workshop for a long time, and it was always like, let's add more details, but like, what are these good details we're adding? Or are we just adding them to like put more words on the page, So I like the writing instruction in here a lot. All right, let's move on to that last piece of the last component, that language component, which you'll see in each grade. And this goes with that next design principle, which is a really, really short one, on explicit language instruction. And this is like way back in there. It's on page 51. So that's basically just saying like, yes, students will have explicit language instruction and time to practice. I love that because I know when I was, especially 4th grade teacher, a lot of times the grammar piece was always that piece that was like, add it on your own, and it was always the first thing to go. So in your language component, you will see 3 types of lessons. You may see a morphology lesson, you may see a spelling lesson, or you may see a grammar lesson. So let's talk about spelling. Spelling is one of these things that's implemented and kind of in there, and it does look different from grades 3 and grades 4 and 5. So we're first going to look like what spelling looks like in 3rd grade, and I'm trying to look at what page number all this would be on for you. No page number. Okay. So you're going to find different types of lists for spelling. You may find a morphology list that kind of goes with that prefix, suffixes, and roots. You may see a grammar list that's words are going to contain a common grammar rule that affects spelling. Or you may see a phonics list, okay, that contain a common sound spelling correspondence. Spelling in 3rd grade happens about every 5 lessons or so. It doesn't follow like the same Monday through Friday cadence of like, on Monday we get our words, on Tuesday blah, blah, blah. There is explicit instruction and opportunities to practice in the workbook, but it's just not that same kind of cadence. 4th and 5th grade, you're going to see 2 types of lists for spelling for you all. So you're going to see maybe a content-specific list, and then also a morphology list. Now, 4th and 5th grade, this is sometimes a huge change. You're only going to see 2 lists per unit. So it's not like every week. How spelling is taught is really explicitly laid out in the teacher guide. So this actually follows the lesson that we were just like, they did the reading part and then they wrote and then they move on to introducing their spelling words. So there's your primary focus, they're categorizing words. So they introduce the list, you're gonna go back and write the words with the students. You're gonna have them identify what letters to circle for the sound, and you'll go through that. Now in 3rd grade, you'll sometimes have a content word. So the content word here is scoundrel. And then you will go through and kind of categorize these words with your students. We'll talk about the meanings of these words, make sure we know what they understand. They recommend to have your spelling list on display. And then what's really nice, there's always an activity book page. That's kind of like the family letter that goes home like, here are spelling words, here's why we're learning them, here are the words. That's already created for you. Questions on that?
Are there spelling assessments? Like
Yes.
formal assessments?
And again, like the teacher guide walks you through like, say the word, it gives you the sentence to read. It shows you guidance on how to grade it, not just like, is the word right, but did they get like different word parts correctly? And then it's just like a blank paper, but it's in the activity book. So like, let's say they were taking the assessment in lesson 6, it would say spelling assessment, how many words, and like the blank lines on it. All right, so that kind of wraps up, all the components you'll see. I wanted to quickly talk about assessments and then get you into like the digital piece. So there are a variety of assessments for you. So there are these daily checks for understanding. Those are found within the body of a lesson. So you're kind of like teaching, it'll say check for understanding, and that's just a quick way to kind of get a pulse check on your class, saying like, whoa, we got this, let's keep going, or maybe I need to modify some things, help you to differentiate like in the moment. There are daily formative assessments. Those are listed on that lesson overview, the first page of each lesson. Could be an activity book, could be, observation, all sorts of things. There are spelling assessments. There are writing, there's rubrics provided. Sometimes there's writing on like a unit test. Some units will have a mid-unit assessment. Not all of them, some do. And then at the end of every unit, there is a unit assessment. My recommendation, I would say 1, read the teacher unit introduction, 2, look at your assessment before you kind of like teach those lessons, because they're pretty lengthy.
Could you talk us through a little bit like about the most valuable, like which are like the must-do assessments, right? Because we don't want to be assessing more than we're teaching, so what, those aren't all required, right? So what would you say are the most important assessment pieces in the program?
I mean, I would say all of them because, I mean, in one place it looks overwhelming and it looks like, oh, there's so many assessments, but when you kind of look at it at like a daily level or a weekly or a unit level, like these are just quick checks, like thumbs up, thumbs down.
Right.
Yeah, right? They're formative assessments. Those are just like the wedding feast page that students were doing. So do you take it for a grade? Maybe, maybe not, you know, but it's practice, right? And you kind of take a quick look at it. Spelling assessments. I mean, spelling is a huge shift, especially for 3rd through 5th with if you haven't had CKLA prior years. So like I've had schools pilot it, teach it as is because we want the experience of what this feels like, but maybe not take these for grades all the time because we know they haven't had all of those foundational skills in K through 2. The writing, I mean, that's again like there's writing rubrics. Do you grade the whole piece? Do you grade parts of it? The unit assessments, I mean, that's assessing everything on that unit. So I would do them all, but have the conversations together. Like, is this something we're taking for grades? Like, what are we taking for grades? And that's when I was trying to say, like earlier, realistically thinking about part of a teacher's life is grades on a report card, right? So thinking of those extra pieces, like in the pausing point, those are great opportunities to review and then maybe give independently for a grade. Same thing like those take-home material pieces, if you don't send it for homework, that's not a new kind of topic, like that's something they've already seen because we're expecting them to go home with it. That might be something you can use as a grade. I've had teachers say like, I need to use some of these ReadWorks articles as grades. Like, I'm just sharing what teachers have told me. Does that help with like that piece of it?
Well, what I'll say is that in our district, we've never micromanaged classroom tests.
Yeah,
So
okay.
What we've done is we've allowed teachers to create tests, be creative with what they're using. We do have benchmark tests that are district-wide.
Okay.
We want to make sure that we're getting a pulse on our students.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, even when we meet with curriculum teams and we talk about the north and the south side of town, our north side of town has a higher E&L population. So many times, like the vocabulary piece was something that they were finding that the students they felt that they had to assess them more frequently on. So we've allowed like some flexibility on like what portions or components or what they feel is going to get a better pulse on like what the students, you know, need and what they need to be assessing them on. What I will say is that we can, when we're meeting and we're talking about our grade levels and like going through this process this year, we can have conversations on how we're assessing. I don't want anyone to feel that when they get to trimester 1 report cards that we don't have the information, that you guys don't feel confident in like what we're having to give a grade to a student, that you feel that you don't have the information on. So we'll like go through this, like I don't, it's like a lot in one day. So like I don't want you guys to feel overwhelmed. We'll get through and we'll kind of pause at each of our moments, talk about what standards we taught, talk about how we're going to assess the kids, and we'll get through it.
All right, so let's dive into this digital experience. All right, so if you all are on this page, if you could get to the resource site, and then in the top right-hand corner, you see the programs and apps. You could click that, and on the left where it says programs, the first box that just says CKLA, if you could click that, and it will bring you to a page that looks like this. Don't worry about the grade level, I'll help you change that.
What did you click to get right to this page? After programs and apps, what did you?
Oh, you're still loading. To the left, it should be programs and apps at the top.
Yeah, that.
Okay, and then on the left where it says CKLA under programs. Yeah. Perfect. And you're just loading over.
I had to log in again.
sorry, that sometimes happens. With your personal account, it doesn't happen. If you need the username and password, I can. Okay. Oh, good. Are you all good with getting here? Okay, perfect. All right, so under program, you're gonna wanna change that to your grade level. So I'll choose CKLA grade 4. And then, as you can see here, very similar to the resource site, are all the different units, right? So I'm gonna click on unit 1. And then you're pulled to like the curriculum page. So the first thing they're giving you, which makes me happy about, is that unit introduction. This is the same thing that's found in your teacher guide. So it's kind of giving you like why this unit's important, what's the prior knowledge, what's the reading and writing, blah, 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 right? All of the things. When I scroll down, it's gonna give me each lesson, right? So I'm going to click on just lesson 1. This is now opening up the slides or whatever it may be. So once I scroll down here, you'll see a couple different options, right? Here where it says get lesson slides, once you have your personal account, you will be able to click that, and that's when you can like download them onto your Google page. You don't have that option because this is a demo account. Once you're in your personal account, you could click assign, and that's when your students will be rostered there, and you can assign it to your class. So if you're only doing lesson 1, you can assign lesson 1. And then this teach option is just where you can teach and kind of share the slides. So I'm going to show you that part. Before that, I do want to just scroll down and show you, just like your teacher guide. So for this lesson, here you see your objectives. Here you see the activity pages you would need. There's your lesson at a glance chart. So it's basically the teacher guide just put in like the notes of your PowerPoint. Here's your vocabulary. And what's nice over here, these are your materials. So if you wanted to display activity page, whatever it be, or if you wanted to print it out, you could just click and print from here. Let's take a look at what it would look like if we were teaching this. So I'm going to click teach. This is going to, the first time you kind of log in, the first couple times, it's going to show you like, how do I set this up to present to my class? I'm not going to do that because I want you to see both features. But it shows you how to kind of extend your screen and do all of those things, because what you want to be presenting is this part, and then hopefully on your screen is the teacher notes. So this is basically everything from the teacher guide. They put in kind of the notes of the PowerPoint. So your students would see here, it's lesson 1. All I'm doing is scrolling over. So, okay, all right, what are our learning goals today? Your objectives are listed for you. Here's our writing about activity. And then here's where, I love like, there's all your teacher talk, what you would say. But here's where if your students were online and they had their laptops or Chromebooks or whatever pulled up, they can follow along with you, and then they would see this, and this is where they could start typing. Yeah. On these pages, as you see here, it says view work. This is where you would be able to see all of your students' work in real time. So you could be like...
And that's through the CKLA platform, right? But you could also use Nearpod if you wanted to, another platform, like if you wanted to use that, you can then bring that in, you can actually watch your students work through live time in Nearpod as well.
That's, yeah, people said this reminds them of Nearpod, and that option. So once you would obviously have students, you would be able to like see their work. I don't have any students, but...
I have a question. When you have a student from year to year, if we were to implement this program, does the student like record sheets go with them throughout the years, or is it like you
That's a
lose?
great question.
Okay.
I don't know, like, I don't know, I think they would only, no, they're only able to access their grade level. So like,
You couldn't see previous years, like if you wanted to look at a child, let's just say like writing from previous years and like kind of like almost.
I don't think so, let me check with Karen, like,
Okay,
this is so new that like, I don't even think they've like,
thought that far.
or they haven't communicated it to us,
Yeah.
but from what I
It's like a
understand,
digital writing portfolio, if we were able to.
Yeah. but from what I understand is like, they only have access to their grade level, but I don't know about like the teacher or the school, do you know what I mean? I don't think the kids would be able to see it. But
I'm
let's-
not talking about the kids, I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
let me dig around, we'll put that on our list of things to get back to you on.
Can I ask you just to back up for a second? You
Yeah.
said that there's a way for you to be able to see the notes, but the kids only
Yeah.
see. How does that work?
It's, so when I logged in, I mean, you can just very easily hit collapse and do that, but there is a way to like extend your screen, like kind of how, I forget his name, was it Derek who was doing that here before? Like you would have to go into your settings on your computer, and it tells, maybe this little bear will pop up and tell, oh, how to present, here we go. So it will just kind of,
To take advantage of these powerful new tools requires setting up your computer and projector a little differently than what you might be used to. The main goal here is to have two separate screens, one for your eyes only, and the other to be seen by the entire classroom. First, the basics. Plug in your projector or connect your presentation screen. In most classrooms, the default setting is to mirror or clone the screens.
yeah.
If you can do this with your cursor, it means your screens are mirrored, but that's not what we want to do. We want to extend the screens. See how I can move my cursor across the screens? The presentation screen becomes an extension of the desktop. Because the steps are different for different devices, we have outlined the exact steps for setting up your screens in separate instructions.
So yeah, then it goes through and walks through, if you're on a Mac, you would do this, if you're on a PC, you would do that. You want to go through and do that?
No, it's okay.
Okay, I will be happy to do, it always intimidates me when I'm on someone else's computer, like I'm like, oh. So then we talked about the writing about it piece. Here's what I really like, so, you know, as you're, like if you're choosing this option to teach this way, the check for understanding is always something that can be very easily skipped because it's like right in the body of your lesson, but when you're using the slides, oh, it's time to do a check for understanding. So it's just like, kind of like, I don't know, yep, let's do it. And then right in your teacher notes, it tells you what we're doing. Have students underline in different colors their introductory sentence. There's your vocabulary. And then I don't know if there's a reading. Yeah, so when it comes to reading, it will put in here whatever we're reading. So here they're just reading from an activity book page, but if it were the reader would pop in here. So I do want to give you some time to play with it to see what questions are coming up. If you're like, I don't want anything to do with this, that's completely fine. And you can open up Unit 1, dig into that teacher guide, maybe read the introduction. But I know I've talked a lot today, so I wanted to give you time to either explore resources or Unit 1 or the slides, and then that way I can answer questions.
I just have one
Yeah.
question. So I see here that it goes through like in the beginning of a lesson, the materials you would need. I'm just thinking like as far as like supply list and just getting ready for like the first day or even
Yeah.
things like that. Is there like an overall like,
Yeah.
unit supply list or
Yep.
things that would be beneficial to the program? Because like, you know, we'd have time now to like get additional notebooks or folders or
Absolutely.
Post-its, right. Up in my supply list, everyone's gonna do it today. We need 4,000 post-its. And very large dry erase boards.
Problem with bracelets is that they have them in their desk and they use them for everything except what they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a post-it person and if I just keep them and I hand them out when I want them to, but we're using them all the time now.
So,
It's gonna be interesting.
There's a couple different ways you can attack that. If you want to look at it unit by unit, your unit introduction, but there is a master supply list for the year. So on the resource site, under daily instruction, under those planning documents, there's a master supply list. So it kind of gives you like, this is nice and easy, like these are things that I need, but it then does get like a little more detailed.
Oh, as far as what units. Okay.
Yes. And then there's even like a code of like a check mark, I don't know, it's very
No,
specific.
that's super helpful.
Yeah, of course. Any other questions? Okay, so let's take about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so to either dive into the digital experience, Unit 1, resource site, whatever you need. And I'll be walking around, so let me know how I can help. Oh, yeah. So that's what.
Is anyone, are you, I mean, you're not in now, are you ICT this year, or you are? Who's your co-teacher?
It's supposed to be Ashley Rowland with special ed, which is on maternity leave.
Okay, maternity leave.
So they hired Emily Snow.
Okay.
And the TA, you wanna know?
No, that's okay.
Excuse me, can I
Yeah.
ask a question?
Yep, hold on, stuck in my chair.
On the slides,
Yeah.
like the 6-word memories, it says here, is this also on activity page 1.3?
Yep.
Like, is this a digital version of that?
Yeah, so this is, so if you were to pull up, if you had like a Unit 1, that is activity page 1.3.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, if I chose to do it here,
Yep.
you said I'd be able to see their work.
Yep.
Where, I guess that's on, where would I go?
So, do you see that blue view work button?
Yeah.
So you would be able to click that, and then on your, whatever, laptop or whatever you're using, you would be able to see what students are working on as they're doing that.
And it would be listed by student or something?
Yes. There we go. It does, it just takes like playing around a little bit to kind of get the feel for it. Is this more your teaching style, or are you more like a teacher guide person?
It's hard, I wish I had the hard copy of this one, especially the first time.
No, I
Be
agree.
able to see what's in here, what's in here, and like, what is that? Right, what do I see?
Right.
In the pandemic, is it going to?
All right, it wasn't nice.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, sometimes I like digital, and then I have, but it's just, it's hard to, I guess, get a sense of it.
I feel like I would like a combination of like, I would like to pull from teacher guide and then use that like as prompting, because I felt like, I don't know.
Especially in the beginning when you don't really,
Yeah.
it's harder to find and now it's nice.
Yeah.
As you're more familiar.
Right, yeah.
It's just, again, if I want to interact with me and I want to have this up, but I don't want all this other stuff.
So yeah, I mean, that's when you just,
But they wouldn't, but I want access to that. That's the ones that need to.
And then you can send it.
I know, I don't like this. I don't like the extended screen, but I mean, if you don't, it is for me, like, I don't, that's why I always hide the notes that way. But then you wanna see the notes, that's why it's like, oh, what do you do?
I know.
Check it out on my video.
And the slide you said
with your account, yep. So that would be on like page 4. Yeah. Like not, like this won't be able to because that's just like a workbook page, but like change them, you can add in slides, you know what I mean, combine slides, like.
If they want to, if I wanted to assign these, do I assign them in the classroom, like do I download it and assign it? Or do you
No, so
assign
you
it?
would, you see where it says start class? So when you started that, your class would pop up and you would, yep, so then that way when kids open up their computers, they log into Clever, they click Amplify or whatever the process is, that they would see your lesson.
Do you feel like an assignment?
It just popped, like, they go to Clever, click Amplify, CKLA, boom, your lesson's there. And then you, click your little dots.
One thing we have to figure out is
Yeah, but you don't have kids because it's just a demo account. But otherwise, like, once it's assigned, like, the kids will only see what you have up.
So,
So they
the
can't
part
like
that we're gonna have
click
to
through.
the content versus the lessons is fine, we
Right.
figure out how.
But can they advance from the slides?
There's a, that's why I wanted you to put those three little dots, but because we're not like, we don't have kids assigned, there's something you can turn on and off. So like, let's say if you want someone to work ahead, you can, but it's automatically set up for just like they're seeing what you're seeing, yeah. They're not gonna go on there.
Oh, I have your schedule, you wanna know when to do it?
But you can't take that part off. So that's why, like,
No.
it's nice for you, you have a full year, so like, try out, like, maybe say like, this student, I'm gonna try it, or maybe for you, may not be.
I actually think you have a lot of third grade kids.
I know.
You guys have prep first grade.
How are you doing? Did you have any questions?
And then,
I know Fair Homes is one of the scenes, like.
Not until you're on your personal account.
I think it worked out, when I wrote this, I definitely had to look, and that was the only period. That was the only grade level she would be, yes. But you have your delay block for 3 and 4.
Great.
Yes.
So here, they are here, but like, there's also like, this is setting.
You have prep, and you have tier 3, and you have your ELA block, and you go to math 1, your lunch, math 2, and social science.
If you
So
go
you're
back,
gonna just or you're gonna do that tier 3.
go all the way to that.
Yes, I would want that if I was a teacher, but not everyone feels that way.
It is.
We had that last year, and like, we had to rotate, that was when we were for a little while, every year something has to happen, so.
Yeah. And I don't know if you like know this, what do you like teachers to do? Right, doing. Yeah. Right, but like you get an idea of like what it would look like in real life. They're the same ones that I shared, even like.
The teaching artist, oh, okay. It's great. It's okay. It's a jump rope. I just see the teaching, but I haven't teaching artist. But like the final, like, thing. Yeah.
That just is next.
I just started watching it.
No.
Extraordinary Attorney Blue. And it dropped it on Netflix on it. It's actually, it's really good. It's actually a really good show. Can't stay up.
Yeah, like that's where I'm just really not that. Yeah.
Is there anything you guys feel you need at this point that
Yes.
sparked into your head, or whether it is like from the PD land or material wise or something that you're feeling that kind of from today's meeting you feel kind of popped into your head? And if it's not coming to you right now and it comes to you in 48 hours, because I know how that happens, you can email me and we'll work through it, but just let me know whatever you need as we go through this.
Mine's usually like in the middle of the night or in the shower, like, oh, I have that question.
And it's like keep a notebook next to your bed. It's the craziest thoughts or your best thoughts come at night.
Right. Okay, well, I'm here, you're welcome to stay. If you're drained, I get it. Like, if you want to stay and click around some more and ask questions as they come up, like, please, go ahead. But if you're maxed out, I completely understand.
The other group is going to go until about 12:15, I think I heard. So if you want at the end, you bring everyone together, and if you're comfortable and feel okay, you're more than free to go. But I will follow up with emails with curriculum timesheets and whatnot, and then we will come up with a schedule where we'll meet throughout the year, and we'll touch base and we'll work through everything. I know we have their support. I will be setting up the Google Classroom pages. I will invite you guys. I will allow you guys to kind of talk amongst each other, or ask questions or whatnot, or work through anything. If there's resources or things that maybe an aha moment for yourself that you think you might want to share with the rest of the team, we'll kind of do that together. Some of the companies are willing to get in on our Google Classroom page. Would you guys like to join that, just in case there's an answer that you guys might be able to support, and then that'll be helpful. Okay, great.
Teresa, I'm sorry.
When are the teachers going to get their logins? Do we know that? I know I just got the email about the Clever Sync. Is that just for the students or is that for the teachers as well?
I'll have to ask Derek. I think it would be for the teachers also.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just have to make sure maybe he can release that sync at least just for the teachers.
Okay. So what's happening right now is there's like, because they're doing like enrollment, you know, setting up all your sections for this year. Clever's on pause is the best word to use. And we need 5 days from the day that Clever opens for it to be ready on CKLA. So right now it's the 29th, which would make it available on the 5th. Students come back on the 6th. Now you guys do have the demo accounts, which you'll be able to log into up till then. But your actual like accounts with your students or your students' access won't be available until September 5th as of right now. I'm trying to see if the computer department can maybe lift that pause for a second just to do this, but I don't know if that's gonna work with everything else.
Slides or anything, right?
You can teach from them.
You can't download them.
Right. So like, just as is, like for day one, okay, whatever, first day of instruction, you can use them as is, but not like personalized.
But you'll have, your personalized ones will be available starting September 5th, so that's before kids get back.
Can you alert us also when unit 1 is available, like hard copy wise?
Oh, when the materials come?
Well, even just the teacher editions, when you're planning, it's very hard to toggle back and forth with the teacher edition and what their workbook looks like and the slides. Do you know what I mean? Like if there is a hard copy available of the teacher edition and then even just one of the workbooks, just to make planning a little easier?
Yeah, so I can get that for you in the next week. And then what's the best thing, Michelle, would be to bring them here?
You can do that, and I can do.
Or would it be to bring them to the school?
I'll give you teachers' names and grade levels for each building, and then you can send to each building. Does that work?
That's fine. So probably in the next week or so, I'm just gonna, for that first unit, I'll just make you guys photocopies and then they'll have it, you can write in it and stuff in.
Yeah, that'll make it helpful.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna send you those links right now, okay?
Okay.
thank you all so much. I know that this is a lot to take in, but I appreciate, time you're putting into it. And again, like, you're in a really great situation in the sense of like you're helping make this decision for your kids and your community moving forward. So really, like, as you're going through this, like, take all of those things into consideration. Like, I like this, or I would change this, or, just really experience it as it is and take notes on what your thoughts are. And we are here to support you with whatever you need. So thank you. I appreciate it. I know it's a big ask. So have fun with it. I can't wait to hear how it goes. And I'm sure we'll be talking to you soon.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Michelle, I don't know if you answered this already, you might have. As far as pacing, is there gonna be sort of a pacing guide for us, or are we kind of just getting through this as we can?
You're gonna have more support with pacing than anybody else. We'll be meeting throughout the year, so we're gonna like work through that.
Okay.
I just wanna make sure that like when we were saying that similar to when we implemented journeys, I think we can think back, we're not gonna start, each lesson being able to complete it in one day. And like, we're all understanding of that, so like, we're gonna have to like work through it until we get comfortable, and then we'll start to figure out like what, like you and your, I don't know who's, I keep forgetting you're in 4th grade,
Me too.
I can't, I'm like trying to readjust this year in particular, like so many people change grade levels that I'm all over the place.
A lot
Like,
of my school changed grade levels this year.
I know Lee Road had a shuffle, but like I'm so even you, I'm still 2nd grade, I can't get you out of 2nd. What we'll do is like, we'll partner you guys and make sure that like, okay, let's like go through this, let's see where we are, how we doing with pacing, and it's gonna be like supported throughout, like it's not, hey, like with journeys, you guys are familiar with it, here's the pacing guide, here's like your, but this is going to be like a learning kind of going through it together. We just have to make sure we hit all the standards, because we don't want the students to end the school year with missing anything, that we have to make sure that they're learning.
So we'll follow just the same visions.
Everything else besides the CLA, you're going to follow. So like, you'll follow the visions program, you're gonna follow your dimensions and your Putnam BOCES, like all of those units we will make sure that we continue. But the reading one, we're not doing journeys, and we'll follow the CKLA, and we'll go through that.
And that pacing guide does reflect the new mission, right?
Correct. Yes, we met with committees over the summer, and we visited all that. We share with the principals, like don't know everything's for sure.
I would encourage you, if you have questions, and probably someone else in the group has that question, so that Google Classroom setup is great. Like, just a way to just like, hey, what's this on page, like, what was that thing? Like, someone else is probably thinking it. There is a Facebook group, I don't know if you're on Facebook or if you like it, for CKLA, where it's just teachers who use it. So if you wanted to kind of log in that way to kind of get help from outside. So just in Facebook, if you just search out Amplify Core Knowledge Language Arts, this one is run by Amplify, so people from Amplify do answer questions. And then if you're interested in kind of that whole science of reading, there's a really good science of reading Facebook page as well.
Another one's not, she's grade 1 at Summit.
Middle ages.
I was not a social studies student, and I don't know, it's given me, but Willie is just looking at it. Willie's.
That's what I mean. Some of like the K2 units are so like, I forget, like maybe like Greek civilizations and like all these things.
There's a few things.
Teaching with you, like learning with you.
Yeah, both sides.
Is it like orange in the background?
Yes.
Yeah.
Libby, L-I-B-B-Y. She is grade 3. That's one side. Last name is spelled C-O-R-R-O-N. She's grade O-N. And she's good grade at Gardner's. Correct. Now, do you need me to 7-0 or you're not good?
No.
Okay. Discard. Discard.
so you won't have all, 6 schools.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope you have a great start to this school year.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the last couple days of summer.
Thank you.
Brought my jacket, I was prepared to freeze in this room again.
I
It's getting cold.
know. I got hot. The hair went up.
Bye, everybody, enjoy the last few days.
Bye, you too.
Bye.
Yeah, just sort of just the, like, they were my room and I took it out, my stuff is missing and broken, new special ed teacher, like that, so it's like, I'll just sit down after this, and I'm like, maybe, or my letter's home, but it's fine, I'm very, very excited for Alexis, she's been fantastic at this group, and I think that, like,
She's 0.6?
7.
7?
Yeah, because she's in resource groups, so it's gonna be nice to have.
one period resource, 3 period,
Yes.
and then I think she's doing, testing or something like that.
Yes, I think like later, so it's nice too, because she's only 1 grade level, so I think there's a little bit of flexibility as far as like meeting time and choose students. I told her, but instead of finally going to read on, she was like excited, which one, I was looking into it,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I'm gonna go across. Okay.
Yep, I'll be right over.
Thank you so much.
Is it, do I just turn, do I turn this off or?
Dirk's gonna come in because
Oh.
I think this speaker thing is here, so like.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for all your effort, appreciate it.
Erin, do you want this paper?
No, I think I'm good, I have everyone's email.
Okay.
Thank you. For some reason I can't send an email to some people.
Oh, really? They have to like accept some.
Yeah.
Even that's on there.
Of course, somebody just answered about Google Classroom. Assigned to Google Classroom. So when students open the Amplify assignment in the Google Classroom stream, they click the link, they'll be taken directly to the lesson in the Amplify platform, in the new browser.
Okay.
Student rosters, working grades are not currently synced in Amplify.
I just think that's what they wanted.
They wanted it to be synced.
She wanted to be able to like assign things. She wanted to be able, you know, like to work with pages and be able to assign them in each class.
It sounds like you can do that, right?
She wanted that like she wanted the workbook page to be in Google Classroom rather than like
The link. I bet you can do that, but then the word's not gonna
well, that's what I didn't think.
save.
Right, like I didn't think you could. Right. Like I said, I don't think we'll be able to like do work option. It won't work if it's not amplified through Google. That's what I've been trying to explain, like kind of the purpose of like just linking it if possible and using amplify.
Right.
If that view work option is important. That is. I don't know how to do that. I don't know.
Signs it.
just like, event, well, it started now. I don't know about that. I don't know. That's a different experience, for sure. Yeah. So. There's schedules, I didn't realize there's schedules. Sometime Michelle came in and talked about that. Making it work. Cause that was a lot of their anxiety, like, at that point, I'm like, I can give suggestions, but I don't want stuff on like, you know, so Michelle came in and like, cause they had blocks, I guess, they had like 40-minute, 40-minute instruction and then 40-minute kind of prevention.
Right.
And Michelle's just kind of alleviating, like, no, we're gonna use both of those, we're gonna push it, you know, so they were like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
She wanted language to do too.
Oh, really? That would work good for their like setup though.
That's what I was thinking.
Can you take these shoes off?
Oh, you guys stayed in the city? Did you have dinner in Brooklyn? But you
Yeah.
stayed in the city?
Well, we stayed in Brooklyn.
3 days?
Yeah. It was just, I can forget it.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, it was great, but my feet are hurt. And